Chapter 73. Han Kongen was a prisoner on death row and couldn't be visited. However, Han Yunqi's identity was special and she was the crown prince's savior. Although this matter wasn't made public, the Supreme Court's chancellor still knew about it. He had already instructed that they must let Han Yunqi in. The jailers who lynched her last time were all scared and hid, afraid of being recognized. The jailer who led the way reported in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, Han Kongen has been shouting since last night. He said he wants to see you. And you can leave first. I'll call you if there's anything." Han Yunqi said indifferently. It wasn't strange that Han Kongen wanted to see her. It was nothing more than asking her to save his life. Han Yunqi couldn't understand this kind of person. He clearly knew that they were enemies, so why ask for it? Couldn't he have some backbone if he didn't get what he asked for? When Han Kongen saw Han Yunqi coming over, he pounced over in surprise. Fortunately, there were iron bars blocking him. In just one night and half a day, Han Kongen was already unrecognizable. His hair was disheveled and his prison clothes were disheveled. It was obvious that he had been tortured. How could someone who entered the imperial prison not be tortured? Han Yunqi had experienced it herself. "Daughter, you're finally here. Father knew that you would come. Daddy knows that you won't abandon Daddy." Han Kongen's voice was choked in his throat. His eyes were sunken and red, making him look like a pitiful old man. Those who didn't know would think that Han Yunqi, this unfilial daughter, had abandoned him. Cold, Han Yunqi looked at him. She leaned against the wall and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Han Kongen's eyes turned red again. He hugged the iron bars and slowly slid down to sit down. "Daughter, you're the only one who can save your father now. Daddy is counting on you. Say something, won't you?" Han Kongen's eyes were filled with deep hope. His voice was old and sorrowful, but Han Yunqi was indifferent. She coldly examined him. When Han Kongen saw her cold eyes, he slightly stiffened and suddenly fell silent. He looked at her deeply with sorrowful eyes, looking extremely miserable. "Han Kongen, you finally remembered that I'm your daughter." Han Yunqi finally spoke up, her face full of ridicule. In his memory, when had this father ever called him daughter? Han Yunqi pursed his lips and touched his old face. He shook his head repeatedly and muttered to himself as if he was very regretful. However, Han Yunqi didn't hear what he said clearly. Soon, Han Kongen raised his head again. He hugged the iron bars and said emotionally, "Daughter, Daddy knows his mistake. Daddy is already so old. Can you forgive Daddy? Take it as Father begging you." "Why?" Han Yunqi said coldly. It was ridiculous for the child to ask for forgiveness after he had grown up. "Yunqi, for better or worse, I'm still your father. Are you willing to watch as your father is paraded through the streets? Father can't afford to lose face like this. Only you can save Daddy now. Just take it as Daddy begging you, begging you, begging you, for the sake of your dead mother. Save Daddy this one time." It would have been better if Han Kongen hadn't said these words, because once he did, Han Yunqi's temper flared up. She impatiently cut him off. "Divine Dr. Han, you think too highly of me. You've already been sentenced to death. I don't have that much face on my own. No, you've saved His Highness the Crown Prince's life, so the Emperor will definitely listen to you. Daughter, you've even saved the Han clan's 3 generations. Save Daddy too. His Majesty will definitely listen to you. You're a meritorious official now. Why don't you go beg the Duke of Qin? His Majesty will listen to his words." Han Kongen seemed to be grasping at his last life-saving straw as he spoke and begged with all his might. "Yunqi, as long as you save Daddy, Daddy will agree to anything." But the more he acted like this, the more Han Yunqi loathed him. "You'll agree to anything, right?" she asked with a cold smile. Han Kongen hastily nodded, looking extremely pitiful. "Very good. Then tell me, how did my mother die?" Han Yunqi coldly asked. This was the sole purpose of her trip here. who knew that Han Kongen's pleas would come to an abrupt end at these words. Han Yunchi didn't miss the complicated look in his eyes as she asked, "My mother died from dystocia. Are there any witnesses? Were there any attempts to save her?" Han Yunchi's blunt and incisive question made Han Kongen's cloudy and sorrowful eyes clear up in an instant. He thought that Han Yunchi and his mother would definitely be soft-hearted and easy to talk things over. As long as he begged properly, this girl would still be soft-hearted and save him. But he never expected that she'd come for this matter. Seeing the change in Han Kongen's expression, Han Yunchi's lips rose into a cold smile. She knew that her suspicions were correct. "What? Are you surprised that I would ask this?" Han Yunchi's voice contained suppressed anger. She thought that if the truth was as she guessed, that Han Kongen was jealous of her mother's medical talent and didn't save her, causing her mother's death, then before this man died, she would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, the situation was completely out of Han Yunchi's expectations. Han Kongen looked at Han Yunchi and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that I, Han Kongen, would have such a day, ah ha ha ha." Han Yunchi frowned as she looked at him. She couldn't understand why the man who was begging her just a moment ago would laugh so bleakly at this moment. Facing her questioning, shouldn't he have a guilty conscience and be afraid? Could it be that the truth wasn't what she thought? "Are you going to speak or not?" Han Yunchi didn't have that much patience. "Han Yunchi, are you sure you won't save father?" Han Kongen suddenly became serious, his tone revealing a hint of threat. This time, Han Yunchi realized that this old thing had been acting all along, acting pitiful to gain sympathy. Han Yunchi immediately stood up and warned him coldly, "Don't even think about it. You can choose not to speak. But let me tell you, I have ways to make you speak. If I tell you and you save my life, I'll tell you the truth. Are you willing?" Han Kongen also stood up. He changed his old and flustered look and became calm and full of confidence. "You already have no right to talk terms with me," Han Yunchi said angrily. "Yes, you will definitely be very interested in the truth that I know. That's the agreement between Madame Tianqin and I." Han Kongen deliberately lowered his voice and was full of mystery. Once he said this, Han Yunchi was shocked. Han Kongen actually called her mother Madame Tianqin. No matter how she listened to his tone, it didn't seem like he was talking about his wife. Looking at Han Yunchi's expression, a hint of jealousy flashed across Han Kongen's eyes. Why was Han Yunchi so smart and the bunch of useless people in the Han family so stupid? Why didn't he have a daughter like her? What exactly is going on? Han Yunchi became more and more uneasy. However, Han Kongen was calm and composed. "As long as you promise to save my life, I'll definitely tell you. If you don't tell me, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death." Han Yunchi's eyes narrowed into a straight line. Her whole body was filled with a dangerous aura. However, the bargaining chips in Han Kongen's hands were too heavy. He wasn't afraid. Besides, he was the head of the family. How many big scenes had he not seen, and how many things had he not experienced? How could he compromise so easily? "Come at me. After all, old man is also a person who is about to die. It'll only be 3 days before he suffers a fate worse than death." Han Kongen laughed coldly. "You." Han Yunchi stepped forward and closed in. Han Kongen didn't retreat. His expression was calm. "If you don't believe me, you can try. This old thing." Han Yunchi drew back, her hands clenched into fists in her sleeves. "Fine, I promise you. Just you wait." So speaking, she didn't even spare Han Kongen a glance before turning to leave. For the sake of finding out the truth, she could only agree to Han Kongen's request. She didn't dare to take the risk. If Han Kongen didn't tell her, then she'd never know the truth. However, she only promised to save his life, not to get him out of the prison cell. As soon as she left the prison, Han Yunchi went straight to the palace. She didn't see Emperor Tianhui, but the crown prince. Last time, Emperor Tianhui had already been extremely unwilling to yield. If she begged him again, she might not get anything. Instead, it'd only make him feel disgusted. As for Long Feiyi, Han Yunqi didn't even dare to think about it. She could only go find the crown prince. She used the excuse of examining his wounds to see him. There was no need to report her arrival, but a eunuch respectfully led her all the way to the eastern palace. Gu Beiwei had just left, so the two of them didn't bump into each other. Long Tianma was surprised to see Han Yunqi here. That day, Han Yunqi had given Gu Beiwei the job of changing the bandages with detailed instructions. Long Tianma thought she wouldn't come. Long Tianma had disdained Han Yunqi's ugly features in the past. Even though Imperial Grandmother had decreed the marriage, he still felt that marrying Han Yunqi was too much of an injustice for Imperial Uncle Qin. But now he felt gratitude and admiration for her from the bottom of his heart. Unlike the Empress, Dowager, and Empress, he didn't have any grudges with Grand Concubine Yi and Han Yunqi. Although he knew his imperial father was on guard against the Duke of Qin, he also knew that his father hoped he'd gain the man's support. Thus, he was more than happy to get on good terms with Qin Wangfei. Imperial Aunt, I've troubled you to come personally. It's been hard on you. Long Tianma was very polite. Although they were about the same age, there was still respect between them. Han Yunqi didn't examine his wounds, but only his pulse. You've recovered well. It looks like you'll be able to get off the bed in 2 or 3 days. This is all thanks to Imperial Aunt's formidable skills. Long Tianma was very polite. Although Han Yunqi didn't know whether Long Tianma's heart was black or white, his manners on the surface were much better than Princess Chongping's. Such self-cultivation was worthy of being the heir apparent. After a round of pleasantries, Han Yunqi probed, "Crown Prince, you finally recovered from your illness. Does His Majesty plan to grant amnesty to the world?" Long Tianma was a smart man. As soon as he heard Han Yunqi's words, a complicated look flitted past his eyes. After some hesitation, he replied, "I've never heard Imperial Father mention it." "Then, does Crown Prince have such a plan?" Han Yunqi probed again. At this point, Long Tianma was basically certain that Han Yunqi had come to ask for a favor. He smiled and said straightforwardly, "Could it be that Imperial Aunt has someone you want to pardon?" Not expecting Long Tianma to be so direct, Han Yunqi felt embarrassed. She also smiled. "Crown Prince is truly a smart man. Imperial Aunt praises me too much. If there's anything, there's no harm in Imperial Aunt saying it directly," Long Tianma said seriously. "My father, Han Kongan, has been sentenced to death. 3 days later, he will be paraded through the streets and beheaded at noon." Han Yunqi said, then sighed softly. "Although he deserved to die, no matter what, he's still my father. As his daughter, I can't just watch him die. A lifetime of imprisonment is better than death." Han Yunqi purposely emphasized the last part. At this point, Long Tianma immediately understood what she meant. Actually, even if Han Yunqi didn't say it, he could guess that Han Yunqi wanted to grant amnesty to the world because she wanted to save her father. However, as long as she asked Imperial Uncle Qin, and Imperial Uncle Qin suggested it to Imperial Father would definitely agree. He didn't expect that she didn't go to Imperial Uncle Qin, but came to him instead. This was interesting. Chapter 74. Looking at Han Yunqi, Long Tianma didn't quite understand, but he wouldn't refuse to help. Although Imperial Father had bestowed rewards upon him, he owed Han Yunqi a debt of gratitude for saving his life. He was planning to find a chance to repay her as well. Moreover, a general amnesty was an excellent reason to win over the hearts of the people. After so many years of seclusion, he'd have to make his first move. Long Tianma nodded and said, "This crown prince's illness has been cured. Granting amnesty is a good idea. Imperial Aunt, you can go back first. When Imperial Father comes later, I will report this matter." Although she knew that Long Tianma would agree, she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Han Yunqi was overjoyed and looked at this crown prince in a new light. Before leaving, Long Tianma called out to her, "Imperial Aunt, when you see Imperial Uncle, please send my regards. Tell him that after I recover, I will go and see him." Han Yunqi nodded. From what she knew, Long Feiyi and the other princes, including the crown prince, weren't very close. Long Tianma's actions were obviously to curry favor with Long Feiyi. However, although his illness had been cured, Long Feiyi didn't come to see him. It was really disappointing. Of course, Han Yunqi couldn't care so much. Her heart was filled with Han Konggen's matter. Han Yunqi didn't go out after returning to the Duke of Qin's residence. She kept waiting for news and occasionally let Chen Xiang go out to ask around. Unexpectedly, it was already the afternoon of the second day, and the notices on the streets were still there. The streets were still full of discussions. It was said that several branches of the Han family had gone to visit Han Konggen in prison, but they couldn't see him. When they came back, they fought over the family property. Although Long Tianma's appearance had a high chance of success, Han Yunqi was still nervous when she didn't get a definite answer. After all, time was tight. At night, Han Yunqi stood by the window and looked at the capital's night sky with a frown. Tomorrow was the last day. What was the situation with Long Tianma? What was the truth behind Madame Tianxin's difficult labor? What secrets were there between Lady Tianxin and Han Konggen? That night he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. However, good news came the next morning. Chen Xiang knocked on the door while shouting, "Mistress, mistress, His Majesty has issued a general amnesty early in the morning. Except for the crime of rebellion, all capital crimes have been changed to permanent imprisonment." He said that the crown prince personally requested for this. Han Yunqi almost jumped out of bed. After washing up and getting dressed, she didn't even have time to eat and immediately ran to the prison. The universal amnesty order had just been issued, and the news spread the fastest in the imperial prison. Han Konggen heard a lot of discussions from afar, and even saw a few prisoners on death row being escorted out of their cells. "I heard that it was the crown prince who proposed a general amnesty. This time we can be considered to have the crown prince's blessing." "That's right, we'll be able to get out soon, right? Look, those death row prisoners have been taken away. They're probably going to let them go. It will be our turn soon." The sounds of discussion filled the entire prison cell. Han Konggen leaned against the metal door to listen, his cloudy eyes brightening. He sighed in admiration in his heart. Why didn't he realize that Han Yunqi was so smart? She didn't beg Emperor Tianhui, but the crown prince instead. She actually came up with the idea of a general amnesty. Was this really the same Han Yunqi from before? He always felt that this daughter couldn't compare to her mother, but now his opinion was shaken. Very soon Han Yunqi arrived. Han Konggen's gaze on her changed slightly. "Daughter, you're really smart. Looks like you know about His Majesty's general amnesty." Han Yunqi was in a bad mood. "You should take your father out of the death row prison by now, right?" Han Konggen's mental state was clearly much better. Although he was in a sorry state, he stood ramrod straight and had quite the bearing. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with ridicule before she asked coldly, "Then when are you planning to tell me the truth?" "At the very least, let your father leave this place first." Han Konggen was very firm. Most doctors were misophobic, so he hated the rotting stench of death in this death row prison cell. Han Yunqi's mocking smile widened. If Han Konggen thought he could reach for a yard after getting an inch, then he was gravely mistaken. She narrowed her eyes and warned coldly, "Han Konggen, you can't die now. Do you believe that I can make you live a life worse than death every single day?" Now that Han Konggen had been spared from death, he was no longer a barefooted man. How could he not fear Han Yunqi's threat? Seeing Han Yunqi's dangerous expression, Han Kongen was a little unhappy, but he stopped while he was ahead. He pointed at the foot of the wall, indicating that Han Yunqi should sit down and talk. Han Yunqi did the same as last time and leaned against the wall, her eyes cold as she stared straight at Han Kongen. Seeing that she was on guard, Han Kongen sat down and sighed. "Don't worry, I won't lie to you at a time like this. Cut the crap. Answer my question. How did my mother die?" Han Yunqi said coldly. Han Kongen did not answer her question, but the words he said almost made Han Yunqi's heart stop beating. It was too unexpected. He said, "Han Yunqi, I can tell you very clearly that I, Han Kongen, am not your biological father." What? Han Yunqi could not believe her ears. She was extremely shocked, and her eyes unconsciously widened. Seeing Han Yunqi's shock, Han Kongen's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of sadness. Everyone knew that he had never fulfilled his duty as a father to this daughter, but no one knew how much he wished that this daughter was his own flesh and blood deep in his heart. It was not only because Han Yunqi had made a fortune that he wished so. Back when Han Yunqi was still in her mother's womb, he had been hoping so. Unfortunately, he wasn't worthy of that woman. Han Yunqi recovered from her shock and suddenly grew angry. "Han Kongen, you're lying." Lady Tianqin was a legend. She was brimming with talent and a benevolent doctor. How could she be a fickle woman? How could she have an illegitimate daughter? Moreover, Han Yunqi would never believe that a man like Han Kongen could tolerate an extramarital affair and raise someone else's child. "I'm not lying to you. I have proof." Han Kongen was very calm, leaving aside Han Yunqi. Even anyone in Tianning's capital who had heard of Lady Tianqin's deeds wouldn't believe this. Still, this was absolutely true. Otherwise, Han Yunqi was still the Han family's daughter of the first wife and the Duke of Qin's fiancé. Why wouldn't he treat a small poison scar on her face? What proof? Han Yunqi asked anxiously. "Promise me one thing, and I'll tell you everything." Han Kongen was very serious. It wasn't a threat, but a kind of determination. But the agitated Han Yunqi ignored the determination in his eyes and shot to her feet. "Don't even think about it. I've already saved your life. What other chips do you have to talk terms with me?" No matter what, Han Yunqi refused to believe that Lady Tianqin would cheat. If she really was an illegitimate daughter, then it had to be Han Kongen who'd let Lady Tianqin down. Han Yunqi was already furious at this point. Han Kongen's conditions had no doubt infuriated her. But in the face of such a furious Han Yunqi, Han Kongen was very calm. "Han Yunqi, listen to me first before you answer me. It won't be too late." As he spoke, he took out a bunch of keys from his sleeves and passed them through the metal bars to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi was slightly shocked. She recognized this key. It was the storehouse key. It was the symbol of the head of the family. In the storehouse, not only did it store the Han family's assets, it also stored two important things. One was the Han family's precious medicinal herbs, and the other was the Han family medical codex. Every medical family would have their own medical codex that recorded secret prescriptions and secret books. It was passed down from generation to generation and only passed down to the heir of the family head. The Han family medical codex was the family treasure of the Han family. Obtaining these things was equivalent to obtaining the entire Han family. Although the Han family's reputation had been ruined because of Han Kongen's imprisonment, the foundation of the Han family was still there. Not to mention other things, just the medical skills recorded in the Han family medical codex was enough to create a new generation of famous doctors. Looking at the key in front of her, Han Yunqi didn't move. Was Han Kongen planning to give the storehouse key to her? That wasn't possible. Not to mention that she wasn't of the Han family's bloodline. Even if she was already a married daughter. She didn't have the right to inherit the position of the head of the Han family. What kind of condition was Han Kongen offering? Han Yunqi took a step back and distanced herself from the key. Coldly she asked, "What do you mean?" Promise me that you'll do your best to support the new head of the family and revive the Han family. Everything will be for the sake of the Han family, Han Kongan said word by word. His bloodshot eyes shone with a determined light. Revive the Han family? Han Yunchi was very surprised. She originally thought that Han Kongan would threaten her to get him out of prison. She didn't expect him to propose such a condition. Not for himself, but for the Han family. Han Yunchi had always been filled with disappointment and disdain for this father. In her impression, this old thing was a selfish person. However, at this moment she saw that he was righteous. However, Han Yunchi didn't understand. Why did he want her to do her best to realize his righteousness and put the Han family first? Had the Han family done anything for her? Had they given her anything? That was just a place that carried her painful memories. What right did he have to ask her to risk and sacrifice herself for the Han family? Moreover, according to what Han Kongan said, she and the Han family didn't even have any blood relations. Seeing the determination in Han Kongan's eyes, Han Yunchi's lips curled into a mocking smile. You seem to be very confident that I will agree to your request. Because other than me, no one else in this world knows about your mother, including your biological father. Han Kongan's tone was firm. I've already said that even your life is mine. You don't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with me, Han Yunchi said coldly. However, Han Kongan laughed. If the Han family is defeated by the old man, what use does the old man have for his life? The old man can only kill himself to repay his ancestors. Han Yunchi didn't take it to heart. In her opinion, Han Kongan didn't have the courage to kill himself. However, who knew that after Han Kongan said that, he actually turned around and slammed into the wall at the side. Seeing this, Han Yunchi was immediately shocked. No. If Han Kongan really died, all her efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Where would she go to find the truth? However, Han Yunchi's no didn't stop Han Kongan. He was serious. His head was already bleeding from the impact, but he still wanted to continue slamming into the wall. Han Yunchi was shocked. It seemed that she had misjudged this old thing. The mission of the family was deeply ingrained in his heart. Okay, I promise you, Han Yunchi said loudly. Chapter 75. What a stubborn fellow. At Han Yunchi's shout, Han Kongan stopped. But as soon as he turned to look, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. You! Han Yunchi was shocked and quickly called for the jailer to open the door. Han Yunchi went in to take a look and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Han Kongan's old bones were strong enough. He only had a superficial wound and fell because he was dizzy. He didn't have a concussion. He collapsed on the ground with his eyes closed. He didn't really faint. Han Yunchi signaled for the jailer to leave. She sat down beside Han Kongan. Since she had promised him, she could ask him after he had rested enough. Although Han Kongan wasn't seriously injured, he was still very dizzy. After all, he had been tormented here for a few days and nights. Han Yunchi waited patiently at the side, pondering the relationship between Madame Tianqin and Han Kongan. Who was her biological father? Did Madame Tianqin die with her eyes wide open? Han Yunchi waited patiently, but Han Kongan was anxious. Although he was still dizzy, he asked anxiously, Han Yunchi, you agreed? You really agreed? Han Yunchi looked at him coldly and pursed her lips. She said unhappily, Can you tell me the truth now? However, Han Kongan wasn't in a hurry to tell her the truth. Instead, he lowered his head and sighed. Han Yunchi, I'm old. This time, my reputation has been ruined. There's no one to carry on the Han family's medical skills. You know all my sons. None of them are capable, especially the eldest. Only the seventh is worth nurturing. It's a pity that he's young and can't take on the responsibility. You have to protect him. Han Yunchi didn't have so many thoughts at the moment. She urged him coldly, I understand. You can speak now. This time, Han Kongan took out a handkerchief. Han Yunchi knew that it was a woman's handkerchief with one look. The style was very old. Han Kongen unfolded the handkerchief. There were words written in blood on the handkerchief. Han Yunqi was shocked. She took a closer look and realized that it was an agreement. Heavens, this was an agreement between Madame Tianqin and Han Kongen. They were actually an agreement husband and wife. Han Yunqi, your mother and I, Lady Tianqin, are just husband and wife in name only. When she married me, she was already pregnant with you, Han Kongen said calmly. Why did you marry her? Han Yunqi was shocked and blurted out. She thought it was an affair after marriage, but she didn't expect it to be like this, because Han Kongen paused, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. Because her medical skills are superb, and she can help me become a director of the medical school. It's just a deal between us. If it wasn't for this agreement, Han Yunqi might not have believed it, but the evidence was right in front of her. She felt inexplicably nervous as she grit her teeth and asked, Why did she marry you? Where's my real father? However, Han Kongen sighed. I want to know too. What? Han Kongen didn't know either? Han Yunqi couldn't believe her ears. You didn't know anything, and you dared to marry her? Daughter, not only do I not know who your father is, I don't know your mother's origins either. Your mother came to find me when she was a month pregnant and promised to help me become a candidate for a director of the medical school. I'd be able to become a director in less than 10 years. Her conditions were that I would marry her and give her a proper status, acknowledge you as my child, and give you a home. Han Kongen sighed again and again. How could he not be moved when faced with a woman as wondrous as Lady Tianqin? How could he not feel regret? He'd once probed and asked, but Lady Tianqin wouldn't say a thing. He'd even considered having Lady Tianqin abort the child in her womb and start over with him, but she'd heartlessly rejected him. After marrying Lady Tianqin, he discovered more and more that this woman's medical skills were exquisite. That Lady Tianqin had cured many cases that he'd been helpless against, and when she became the Han family spokesperson in Tianning's capital city, he was jealous. Whether it was in terms of fame or medical skills, he couldn't tolerate his own wife surpassing him, even if this wife was only a contractual wife. He'd once madly investigated her origins, but hadn't found a single clue. Han Yunqi didn't understand and asked in bewilderment, Isn't my mother from Heezy County's Bailey clan? Han Yunqi had investigated all this, but Han Kongen only smiled and shook his head. I made up this identity for her. I spent some silver to bribe the Bailey clan in Heezy County. I've long investigated, but unfortunately I didn't find a single clue. She, seems to have appeared out of thin air. Speaking up to here, Han Kongen's eyes revealed traces of helplessness and doting. Despite his jealousy, Han Kongen still harbored a trace of affection towards Lady Tianqin in his heart. Unfortunately, Lady Tianqin's identity was mysterious and her medical skills exquisite. In the end, he couldn't reach her. Han Yunqi was very surprised. She never expected things to turn out like this. Lady Tianqin's origins were so mysterious that even Han Kongen didn't know. So who else would? Lady Tianqin had been married to Han Kongen for less than a year before she died in childbirth. She didn't even have any friends in Tianning's capital city. Her name was Bailey Tianqin, but that was probably a fake name. So you didn't find out who my father was either? Han Yunqi muttered to herself. Han Kongen smiled helplessly. I'm the same as you. I really want to know. Just what kind of man could win Lady Tianqin's heart? That woman not only had exquisite medical skills, but was also intelligent and magnanimous. The late emperor had only met her once, but he'd praised her endlessly. Then why did she die in childbirth? Han Yunqi suddenly asked. Despite her surprise, she hadn't forgotten the question she was most concerned about. But Han Kongen only laughed disdainfully. Han Yunqi, what do you think the reason was? Let me tell you, your mother's intelligence far surpasses yours. She didn't even care about the concubines in my house. Moreover, do you think I wanted her to die? Han Kongan could tell that Han Yunqi was suspicious of him, but he only found her suspicions laughable. Han Yunqi, I have the least reason to kill your mother, Han Kongan said word by word seriously. Although he was jealous and hated the child in Lady Tianqin's womb, who wasn't related to him by blood, Han Kongan wasn't so cruel as to kill her. Moreover, Lady Tianqin had promised to help him become a director of the medical academy. Her death would have the greatest impact on him and the Han family. I refuse to believe that she died in childbirth. There must be something wrong here. My mother was a doctor. Didn't she know her own body's condition? Han Yunqi asked angrily. Han Kongan had no reason to kill her mother, but she couldn't accept that she died in childbirth. As far as she knew, Lady Tianqin hadn't noticed anything strange before she gave birth. There must be nothing wrong with Lady Tianqin's body. If she died in childbirth, it must be a problem with the position of the fetus. Han Kongan looked at Han Yunqi for a while before he spoke. Han Yunqi, you're a peanut with a foot on the lotus. You're lucky enough to keep your life. His words confirmed Han Yunqi's suspicions. Although it sounded nice, it was actually very scary. It meant that the fetus was in the breech position. This meant that the fetus was born with its feet below. When it was born, its feet came out first. This situation could easily cause the fetus to lack oxygen and the mother to lose too much blood. In modern times, a cesarean section was necessary. Otherwise, no hospital would dare to deliver a child. In ancient times, medical conditions were very limited. Although there were exceptions, the midwives would always ask whether they wanted to save the mother or the child. Didn't my mother say anything before she gave birth? Han Yunqi questioned. Although it was very dangerous, Lady Tianqin was an exception. With Lady Tianqin's medical skills, she could have at least figured out the position of the fetus before giving birth. Once she knew that the position of the fetus was wrong, she could have used acupuncture to adjust it. Even if she didn't manage to adjust it in the end, she would have at least informed the midwife before she gave birth so that they could be prepared. However, Lady Tianqin didn't say anything before she gave birth. Giving birth was a big deal. How could she allow herself to be in danger? Han Yunqi's suspicions were actually things that Han Kongan couldn't understand. He shook his head. No, I asked her a few times. She said it was fine. Han Kongan remembered that the palace sent a midwife over in advance. However, he didn't hear what the midwife said. When she found out that the fetus was in the womb, the midwife was shocked. Han Yunqi shook her head repeatedly and said with certainty, "There must be a problem." "Perhaps the problem lies with your mother. It's a pity." Han Kongan sighed. She had been gone for so many years. The answer to this riddle was probably going to be lost forever. Then what about the poison scar on my face? Han Yunqi asked again. If she didn't remember wrongly, she had this poison scar when she was born. That was poison. How could it be there when she wasn't born? Could it be that Lady Tianqin was drugged? Was it to kill Lady Tianqin? If that was the case, wouldn't she, the surviving child, be in danger? This was the only clue. Han Yunqi looked at Han Kongan anxiously. However, Han Kongan lowered his head. "What's the matter?" Han Yunqi was anxious. Han Kongan was silent for a moment before he lifted his head and said, "The poison scar on your face wasn't there when you were born. It was poisoned by old man what?" Han Yunqi flew into a rage. She didn't expect it to be like this. Han Kongan avoided Han Yunqi's furious gaze and said calmly, "Your mother is dead. What's the use of keeping you?" To him, Han Yunqi was just someone else's flesh and blood. She had nothing to do with him. However, a child like her was destined to be Qin Wangfei. Not only did he have to raise her, he had to love and pamper her as if she was his ancestor. If Lady Tianqin was still around, perhaps Han Kongan could tolerate it. However, Lady Tianqin was suddenly gone. How could Han Kongan tolerate it? Not only could he not tolerate it, but he also hated Han Yunqi. If it wasn't for this child, Lady Tianqin wouldn't have died. This child couldn't be killed or abandoned. His only way was to destroy her and her looks. He wouldn't allow her to study medicine. In this way, the Empress Dowager could only give up on her. Indeed, when the Empress Dowager found out that Han Yunqi was an ugly girl, she observed for a period of time. Then, when she found out that Han Yunqi didn't have any talent in medicine, although she didn't cancel the engagement, she lost all hope. After all, the Empress Dowager had hoped that Lady Tianqin could give birth to a woman as miraculous as Lady Tianqin. Because of the engagement, Han Kongen had always raised Han Yunqi as a servant. He even hoped that there would be a young miss in the estate to take Han Yunqi's place in the marriage. Unfortunately, he took on the crown prince's troublesome case and earned the Empress Dowager's hatred. He didn't dare to mention the matter of a substitute marriage anymore. Han Yunqi finally saw through Han Kongen. Cold amusement hung on her lips. Han Kongen, what's the use of keeping me? Do you dare say that you're a director of the medical academy without my mother's help? You hypocrite who bites the hand that feeds you. Although Lady Tianqin was dead, she still fulfilled her promise and made Han Kongen a director of the medical academy. It was because of this title that the Han family had reaped so many benefits over the years. Otherwise, with so many medical families in Tianing country, why would the Han family be the most outstanding? Han Yunqi stood up. She believed in Han Kongen's words today, but she still looked down on him. Doctors valued medical ethics above all else. However, if a person didn't even have the most basic morals, how could they talk about professional ethics? Seeing Han Yunqi's reaction, Han Kongen stood up in shock. Han Yunqi, I've told you everything I know. Do you want to go back on your word? Chapter 76. Go back on her word? Han Yunqi looked at Han Kongen coldly and leaned over to take the storehouse key from his hand. You're thinking too much. Since it was something she had agreed to, she naturally wouldn't go back on her word. Moreover, this matter wasn't a small matter. Saving the Han family and saving the 3 generations of the Han family had the same logic. There were at least 100 people in the Han family, and not all of them were evil people. There was no lack of kind and innocent people. Moreover, the Han family's medical skills needed to be passed down, and they needed to save more patients. Thinking back, the reason why Madame Tianqin chose Han Kongen wasn't because of Han Kongen, but because of the Han family. Han Yunqi wouldn't put this matter first, but she would try her best. Seeing that Han Yunqi had accepted the storehouse key, Han Kongen was much more relieved. He was also very clear that he had committed such a serious crime. Although he could avoid the death penalty, he couldn't escape punishment. He was afraid that he would have to stay in prison forever in this lifetime. Han Yunqi didn't want to talk to this person anymore and turned to leave. However, Han Kongen called out to her, Han Yunqi, wait! Han Yunqi stopped and didn't even turn back. What advice do you have for me? Han Yunqi, the crown prince's illness. Han Kongen paused for a moment before continuing in a firm tone. Old man firmly believes that his diagnosis wasn't wrong. Han Yunqi was slightly stunned and thought that although this fellow was abominable, his medical skills were still impressive. However, she didn't intend to reply and continued to walk forward. However, Han Kongen chased after her and blocked the door of the prison cell. The matter has already been settled. I just want to know the truth. Han Yunqi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Divine Dr. Han, think about it carefully. With your outstanding talent, I believe that you will understand very quickly. As Han Yunqi spoke, she pushed his hand away and strode out of the prison cell and personally locked the door. I don't understand. Han Kongen's voice was raised by a few decibels, and he was very agitated. Han Yunqi looked indifferent. If you don't understand, then think about it carefully. After she finished speaking, she resolutely turned around and left. Not telling Han Kongen the truth could also be considered a form of punishment for him. Presumably, he would always be brooding over it. Han Yunqi didn't feel guilty. Han Kongen deserved all of this. If he had a grateful heart, he would have raised her like a daughter. Then, today, even if she had to risk her life, she would definitely save him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. And just now, she did not see any guilt in Han Kongen's eyes. Walking in the cold and deep corridor, Han Yunqi hugged her arms, lowered her head, and fell into deep thought. What was the truth behind his mother's death? Who was her father? So many years had passed. Where should she begin her investigation? Where should she begin her search in this vast sea of people? Why did Lady Tianxin get pregnant and marry someone else? Was it because of desperation, or was there no other choice? She was such a legendary woman who had stunned an entire generation after living in Tianning's capital for less than a year. Under what circumstances did she get pregnant without marriage? Or perhaps she was already married before coming to the Han estate? Was her father still alive? Did he know of her existence? Many questions perplexed Han Yunqi. The more she knew, the more questions she had. In the end, she sighed and put away the storehouse key that symbolized the head of the Han family. If she had time, she should go take a look at the Han estate's old haunt. Of course, the Han estate was currently in chaos. Han Yunqi was in no mood to join in on the fun, so she decided to let those unkind and sinister madams fight amongst themselves first. After leaving the prisons, Han Yunqi was depressed. She wandered aimlessly through the streets until night fell before returning to the Duke of Qin's estate. When Emperor Tianhui issued a general amnesty, he also revealed the truth about the Crown Prince's strange illness. 3 days later, the Crown Prince returned to court to participate in court affairs. The Crown Prince was the heir apparent. Once he stepped out of the mountains, Tianning's court would be filled with turbulent undercurrents. Although Han Yunqi's success in curing the Crown Prince hadn't been made public, the news had long spread in the upper circles. There were more people who resented Han Yunqi than thanked Han Yunqi. Of course, most of them had a whole new level of respect for her. Han Yunqi didn't notice any of this. She spent the next few days cooped up in the hibiscus courtyard. Long Fei Yi hadn't returned for days. Grand concubine had probably been angered by her last visit, but she didn't come to make trouble. None of the servants dared to slight her, so Han Yunqi's days were better than before. But in the end, she was preoccupied with Lady Tianxin's affairs. Every time she asked about the Han family, she was told that so-and-so had gotten into a fight with so-and-so, or that so-and-so had run away again. Of course, the 3 madams of the Han family wouldn't run away. They fought until their heads bled for the position of head of house while trying to find ways to see Han Kongen. Unfortunately, they had no way to do so. Even if they used silver, they couldn't find him. Today, Han Yunqi was flipping through the introduction to Dragon Sky Medical Academy when little Chen Xiang came to report. "Mistress, I heard that someone from the medical academy went to the Han family and removed the head of the Han family from his position as a medical academy director. They also took away his command medallion." This was something she'd long expected. Han Yunqi had purposely flipped through the medical academy's introduction to look for clues. Perhaps Lady Tianxin had helped Han Kongen become a director because of her connections in the medical academy. Because of this matter, she went to the prison again. Helpless, Han Kongen actually said that Madame Tianxin had only taught him medical skills. After marrying him for less than a year, she died. The reason why he could become a director of the medical academy was mostly due to his own efforts. Han Yunqi was so angry that she didn't want to see him anymore. If she wanted to investigate the medical academy, she should be able to find Gu Beiwe to help her out. She assumed that Gu Beiwe was a busy man who needed to make an appointment in advance to see him. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi had someone deliver a letter to the Gu Beiwe in the morning, saying that Gu Beiwe could see her in the afternoon. The 2 of them arranged to meet at Tianning's capital city's largest tea house, Immortal Ming House. As soon as she saw Gu Beiwe, Han Yunqi was startled. She couldn't help but think of a line from a poem. The youth's face was like jade, whose family's young master was unparalleled. She didn't expect that Gu Beiwe would look so good after taking off his simple medical robes and revealing his spotless white robes. If not for the calm and indifferent look in his eyes, Han Yunqi would have suspected that she'd mistaken him for someone else. His white robes reflected off his snow-white skin, clean temperament, and otherworldly elegance. His gentleness was not feminine or feminine. Instead, it was indescribably masculine. It was like perfume. Once one smelled it, they would feel at ease and unforgettable. Han Yunqi had once joked that Gu Beiwe gave people the impression of a Buddha. Gu Beiwe had laughed and shook his head, saying that he wasn't fat. The woman's looks were enough to topple cities, while the man was handsome beyond compare. As soon as they entered the tea house, they attracted many gazes. Of course, no one knew their identities. The two of them had a tacit understanding to remain calm and composed, especially Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi hesitated for a long time before hiding her identity. She only asked Gu Beiwe a few things about Cloud Realm Medical Academy before seriously asking about Han Kongen's experience as a director. From Gu Beiwe, Han Yunqi learned that the Medical Academy's director candidates were directly selected, while the directors were elected from among the candidates. 3 years after Lady Tianqin's death, Han Kongen was nominated as a director candidate because of his family's prestige and personal medical skills. 6 years later, he officially became a director. Lady Tianqin had promised him 10 years, and he really did become a director 10 years later. By the time he became a director, Grandfather and I had already left the medical academy, so we don't know the details. But he was the youngest candidate in the medical academy's history, as well as the youngest director. Gu Beiwe paused for a while before adding, "The competition for the director position is very fierce. Even if you become a director candidate, there are plenty of people who can't get elected for 10 or 20 years, or even their entire lives." Although he didn't say it out loud, Han Yunqi understood that Han Kongen's medical skills were outstanding, but compared to other experts, he wasn't the most outstanding. There were too many directors in the medical academy, and they were all seniors who were over 100 years old. Even the candidates had many white hairs. Wasn't Han Kongen's path too smooth? Who were the people who promoted him back then? Han Yunqi asked again. Gu Beiwe could only shake his head. "This is a secret. I'm afraid even Han Kongen himself doesn't know." So that was the case. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of Han Kongen. Seeing her frown, Gu Beiwe's lips curled into a smile that no one noticed. He said mildly, "I'll try to get someone to investigate, but I might not be able to find anything." This fellow really had his ways. This time Han Yunqi smiled. She tossed the teacup on the table and said cheerfully, "Then I'll thank you in advance. I'll definitely treat you to a drink another day." Gu Beiwe wasn't used to Han Yunqi's tone. He only felt that this wasn't like a Wang Fei. She didn't have any of the elegance and nobility that a proper Wang Fei should have. However, it was precisely this unpretentious, free, and easy attitude of hers that attracted him. Gu Beiwe thought that if Han Yunqi wasn't born in the Han family and wasn't a Qin Wang Fei, she would definitely be able to fly even higher. However, these were all hidden in his heart. He just smiled and agreed without saying anything. It was rare for them to meet outside, so the two sat until evening. Han Yunqi found that Gu Beiwe seemed to be very taciturn, but there wasn't any awkward silence when they chatted. They talked about medical skills, medicine in many cases. Han Yunqi sometimes seriously pondered and sometimes laughed loudly. However, Gu Beiwe always had a faint smile on his face, appearing especially refined. It wasn't until little Qinxiang ran over to remind her that Han Yunqi realized that time had passed so quickly. The sky was almost dark. "Let's meet another day. I still need to ask you about that case." Han Yunqi's poison skills were exquisite, but her medical skills were lacking in many areas. The studious her grabbed onto Gu Beiwe and didn't want to let go. She wanted nothing more than to bring him home as a private tutor. "Wang Fei Nyang, this is actually overstepping the rules. Gu Beiwe couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. After leaving the Duke of Qin's manor, the rules were all nonsense to Han Yunqi. The more magnanimous a person was, the less they were afraid of ambiguity. However, the more they cared, the more they had ulterior motives. A trace of craftiness flashed through her clear eyes as she said in a low voice, "On the 15th of every month, let's meet here. You're not Imperial Physician Gu, and I'm not Qin Wangfei. Let's travel together and compare our medical skills. How about it?" Compare their medical skills? This girl wanted to learn medicine from him. She wanted to learn medicine from him, but didn't reveal her poison skills. Gu Beiwe saw through it with a glance, but didn't point it out. On the 15th of every month, they would forget each other's identities and talk about medicine. What a beautiful thing this was. Unfortunately, the gentle Gu Beiwe was always rational. He smiled warmly. Wang Feinyang really knows how to joke. It's late, let's go back. Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi suddenly frowned. She thought he would agree, but she didn't expect this guy to refuse. Wang Feinyang, this subject can't leave the palace as he pleases. Let's go back. Gu Beiwe was still smiling. That smile seemed warm, but it contained a kind of firmness that made everyone unable to do anything about it. Han Yunqi was very unwilling, but she could only give up. She casually waved her hand as a farewell. Chapter 77. When she went downstairs, little Qin Xiang opened her mouth. "Mistress, you're confused." "What's wrong?" Han Yunqi lazily asked. "Mistress, you're Qin Wangfeiyu." Little Qin Xiang had always thought that her mistress was very smart, but now she couldn't help but worry about her brain. She pulled her mistress's hand and whispered in her ear, "You're a married woman, and you're even a prince's official consort. If this matter reaches Qin Wang's ears, you'll be finished." Little Qin Xiang was a bit stupid, but she was still very sensitive on some matters. Han Yunqi helplessly rolled her eyes. Of course, she understood these things. She wasn't meeting a lover in secret, but simply felt that Gu Beiwe was someone she could make friends with. She'd asked him out for a chat, that's all. Moreover, she wasn't here to amuse herself or flirt with him, but to ask him for help. Besides, she and Long Fei Yi were only in name. Long Fei Yi even hugged another woman in front of her, saved another woman, and abandoned her without a care for her. When she thought of Duanmu Yao's matter, Han Yunqi was still a bit unable to let it go. "Mistress, are you listening?" Little Qin Xiang was very serious. "I didn't do anything. Don't be so anxious, okay? You make it sound like I'm having an affair." Han Yunqi couldn't stand it anymore. Her relationship with Gu Beiwe was purely friendship. Unexpectedly, just as she was talking, her footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and she almost fell down. She saw a tall and proud figure enter the door. It was very familiar. Long Fei Yi. Although he'd purposely tried to keep a low profile, Han Yunqi still recognized him at a glance. Han Yunqi, who was magnanimous just a moment ago, subconsciously turned around and ran upstairs. Little Qin Xiang followed. When they reached upstairs, she peeked down. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't come up, she let out a big sigh of relief. Little Qin Xiang looked at her with astonishment. "Mistress, what are you guilty of?" There are too many people like you who would let their imaginations run wild. I'd better be careful." Han Yunqi made an excuse. In fact, her body reacted faster than her head. She also realized it later. Why did she run? Gu Beiwe hadn't left yet. Seeing this scene, he didn't go forward. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips, revealing a hint of helplessness. After Han Yunqi calmed down, she remembered that Gu Beiwe was still upstairs. However, when she turned around to look, he was gone. Where is he? Han Yunqi was puzzled. Little Qin Xiang helped to look around, but did not see anyone. "Mistress, that's not right. We obviously left first. There was only one staircase, and they had been guarding the staircase ever since they came back. How could Gu Beiwe go down first?" Han Yunqi was suspicious. Finally, when she saw the staircase leading to the third floor, she didn't think much about it. She just assumed that Gubeiwa went upstairs. However, she didn't know that Gubeiwa was at the inn's entrance. He looked back at the second floor, smiled faintly, and turned around. His figure was like an illusion, disappearing all of a sudden. Since they had returned, Han Yunqi simply waited until Long Feiyi left before she went downstairs. Along the way in the carriage, little Chen Xiang wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Han Yunqi pursed her lips and looked out of the window. The atmosphere between master and servant was particularly strange. Returning to Hibiscus Garden, she saw that the light in Long Feiyi's bedroom was lit. Seeing her mistress look over, little Chen Xiang finally couldn't help but laugh. Who knew that once she started laughing, she couldn't stop. Han Yunqi flew into a rage out of humiliation and pinched her. "You damn girl, what are you laughing at? Go back." Saying that, she left before little Chen Xiang left. That night, for some reason, Han Yunqi couldn't sleep. She wrapped herself in the quilt and leaned against the bed, staring blankly at the light in Long Feiyi's bedroom. In fact, she had taken little Chen Xiang's reminder today to heart. Although she had married into the Duke of Qin's household for some time, she suddenly felt that she was already a married woman today. Although it was only in name, this name alone would bind her for the rest of her life. Long Feiyi could remarry, but she could never remarry. As she thought about it, Han Yunqi suddenly shook her head. What was she thinking about? It was good enough that she could live peacefully. Why was she thinking so much? Han Yunqi didn't fall asleep until daybreak. She slept until the afternoon. A few days had passed. Although the Han family's matter was still being discussed on the streets, the limelight was no longer as great. Han Yunqi touched the storehouse key in her sleeve, thinking that it was time for her to make a trip to the Han family. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to leave, young General Mu Qingguo came to seek an audience. As soon as she saw Mu Qingguo, Han Yunqi teased, "Young General, I heard that Princess Chongping has been very busy recently." After the injury on Princess Chongping's face healed, she was worried about being laughed at, so she used the excuse of avoiding the cold to play in the south. Otherwise, she really might have pestered Mu Qingguo all the way here. Mu Qingguo was a bit helpless. He smiled and avoided answering, but said seriously, "Qin Wangfei, this one came to..." Hemming and hawing wasn't like this young general's style. What was it that he couldn't say when the words were already at his mouth? If young general has something to say, please say it. Han Yunqi was puzzled. For this guy to come to the Duke of Qin's residence to look for her, it should be something important. There is indeed something. It's about the 10,000 snake poison that I was afflicted with. Esteemed Wang Fei said that this is a slow-acting poison that accumulates over a long period of time. However, my father and I have investigated and still haven't found the person who poisoned me. So, today I came to invite esteemed Wang Fei to the residence and military camp to take a look. Although Mu Qingguo was a magnanimous military general, when it came to asking for help, he instantly turned into a shy boy. He had a guilty conscience. Firstly, one wouldn't visit a temple without a cause. Secondly, he had already told Han Yunqi to speak up if she needed anything. Now that he hadn't helped Han Yunqi with anything, he had instead come to cause trouble for her. So it was because of this. Han Yunqi didn't think much of it. Actually, she had thought about this matter before. After all, the 10,000 snake poison wasn't an easy poison to use. It was just that she had been so busy recently that she had forgotten about it. After hesitating for a moment, Han Yunqi asked, "How did you investigate?" "We interrogated the kitchens, personal maidservants, and attendants." Mu Qingguo answered truthfully. Mu Qingguo's life was very simple. If it wasn't at home, it was at the military camp. The only people who could get close to him and poison him were these people. Although interrogation wasn't the best method, it was still a method of investigation. In terms of personnel in the residence and the military camp, have there been any changes recently? Han Yunqi asked again. The news that she had cured Mu Qingwu's poison had long spread. Moreover, she had interrogated the servants in the great general's residence. The person who had poisoned him would definitely be wary and take action. None of them so. Mu Qingwu really wanted to tell Han Yunqi that the Duke of Qin had also asked about this matter. However, the Duke of Qin had said that it must be kept a secret. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say it. So I can only ask for your help. I'm not a great detective. Han Yunqi smiled helplessly. It was already very embarrassing to come to their doorstep and ask for help. When Han Yunqi said this, Mu Qingwu didn't know what to say. He scratched his head, his emotions written all over his face. Looking at him acting like a big boy, Han Yunqi couldn't help but imagine him bravely killing enemies on the battlefield. She couldn't help but feel that the contrast was too great. Han Yunqi could only open her mouth to break his awkwardness. She asked, "Then what exactly do you want me to do by asking me to go?" She really wasn't a great detective. The poison had already been administered and now it had been cured. Even if she went, she wouldn't be able to use her skills. 10,000 snake poison is a rare poison. You are much more familiar with it than we are. Perhaps you can find some clues. Mu Qingwu answered seriously. Actually, coming to find Han Yunqi could be considered their last attempt. However, these words seemed to have reminded Han Yunqi of something. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. After pondering for a while, Han Yunqi didn't ask any more questions. She quickly agreed and seriously said, "How about this? I'll go to the manor first thing tomorrow morning to take a look. Just treat it as me coming for a visit. Don't make a fuss so as to avoid alerting the enemy." Han Yunqi felt that it wasn't easy to poison someone in the military. If they wanted to find clues, they would have to go to the general's manor. After all, the people in the manor were much more complicated than the soldiers in the barracks. Hearing this, Mu Qingwu was immediately overjoyed. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. He was very serious. "Many thanks, Princess Consort. If there is a need in the future, I ask that Princess Consort." Before he could finish speaking, Han Yunqi helplessly cut him off. "Young general, if you keep saying this, you're treating me like an outsider. Could it be that you want to make a deal with me?" He had already said this the last time he came back. Mu Qingwu had never begged anyone before in his life. In a moment of awkwardness, he quickly bowed. "Qin Wangfei, this official definitely didn't mean it that way. Only, AI. Sorry to trouble Qin Wangfei." The more Han Yunqi looked at him, the more she found him amusing. She didn't have any intention of befriending Mu Qingwu, but since he had come knocking on her door, this kind of friendship was still possible. After all, the general's manor was not a small power in the court. In this era where one's birth was greater than the heavens and one's birth determined one's fate, her maiden family was already like that. She should at least find some friends for herself and find some backing. After Mu Qingwu left, Han Yunqi thought of his serious words. "If there is a need in the future, please ask," and couldn't help smiling. She didn't take these words to heart, but Mu Qingwu would use his entire life to fulfill this promise. Of course, this was a story for another time. The next day, early in the morning, Rong Jing brought Chen Xiang to the General Mu's manor. Han Yunqi directly went to Mu Qingwu's courtyard. General Mu was also specially waiting for her. "Qin Wangfei, the person who poisoned us must be a traitor." General Mu's mood was very solemn. If it wasn't for the fact that the 10,000 snake poison was triggered by the young general's poison, the person who poisoned us would have to wait a few more years for the poison to take effect. Han Yunqi said indifferently, "In order to find the person who poisoned us, there were two aspects to consider. One was the method of poisoning and the poison's effect, and the other was the source of the poison. Let's talk about the first aspect first, the method of poisoning and the poison's effect. Although the 10,000 snake poison was highly toxic, it was also a slow-acting poison. The reason why it was highly toxic was because once it took effect, one would definitely lose their life within 2 hours. The reason why it was a slow-acting poison was because the 10,000 snake poison had to be hidden in the body for many years, bit by bit, before it would take effect. Therefore, the person who was able to poison us bit by bit over the years was definitely someone who frequently came into contact with Mu Qinggu. Mu Qinggu took out a list of names. Qin Wangfei, take a look. The names of the servants in the manor who can get close to me are all here. Everyone has been interrogated, and they are all still locked up. General Mu and his late wife were deeply in love and didn't have any concubines. Therefore, excluding General Mu and Mu Luiyue, the only people who could get close to Mu Qinggu were the servants. Han Yunqi skimmed through the list and found that there weren't many people. Including the people in the kitchens, there were only 7 or 8. Chapter 78. Han Yunqi had never interrogated anyone before. Since General Mu had already interrogated him, she thought that it would be useless for her to interrogate him again. Since she was sure that he was a traitor, she could only find evidence. Glancing at the name list in her hand, Han Yunqi said indifferently, "Let's go. I'll search around first. Perhaps there will be some clues." As long as there were remnants of the poison in the general's manor, she would definitely be able to find it. Han Yunqi first checked everything in Mu Qingwu's room, including a few cans of tea leaves sent over from the military camp. Following that, General Mu and Mu Qingwu led the way. They first went to the kitchens. All of the meals in the general's manor came from there, so this place was the most suspicious. General Mu and Mu Qingwu originally thought that Han Yunqi would search for a long time. They did not expect that she would only walk around the kitchens once before walking out. "No," Han Yunqi said indifferently. "Qin Wangfei, are you sure?" General Mu's face was full of suspicion. 100% sure. Let's go to the water room. Han Yunqi was very confident, although it was inconceivable. After seeing Han Yunqi's detoxification skills, General Mu had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. Mu Qinggu basically did not suspect Han Yunqi. If asked why, he could only say that he would not suspect someone who had saved his life. The water room was as important as the kitchens. Han Yunqi activated the scanning system and walked around. She even carefully checked the 3 wells in the courtyard. Unfortunately, she did not find anything in the water room. Following that, they searched the residences and personal belongings of the suspects on the name list. After going through all the rooms, Han Yunqi was about to leave when she saw Mu Luiyue walking over. She looked coldly at Han Yunqi, a disdainful smile on her lips. "Impudent, don't you know how to greet Qin Wangfei? What are you waiting for?" The general reprimanded. Mu Luiyue reluctantly saluted. However, the sarcasm on her lips did not weaken. Instead, it became more obvious. Han Yunqi came to investigate the mole who poisoned her. She found it ridiculous when she knew about it. This woman was only skilled in medicine. So what if she had saved her brother and the crown prince? After being praised by others, did she really think that she was very powerful and knew everything? Mu Luiyue was supposed to go out today. Once she knew that Han Yunqi was coming, she specially waited for her. "Qin Wangfei, you are so powerful. You must have found some clues, right?" Mu Luiyue asked with a cold smile. They didn't find anything in the kitchen and the water room, and now only this side yard was left. Although Mu Luiyue's tone was a little harsh, General Mu and young master also wanted to know the result. Mu Qinggu fiercely glared at Mu Luiyue before turning to Han Yunqi and saying, "Princess Consort, how is it?" Nothing. Han Yunqi was very calm. She only said that she would search first. She didn't promise that she would find any clues. If there wasn't anything, then there wasn't anything. What was there to be embarrassed about? However, Mu Luiyue chuckled and immediately covered her mouth. "Qin Wangfei, I'm not laughing at you. Don't misunderstand." Han Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile. She didn't even look at her. She didn't care and walked out. The moment she walked out, Mu Qinggu grabbed Mu Liue's wrist and sternly said, "Stinky girl, that's enough! There's nothing for you to do here. Go back to where you came from." Mu Liue fiercely flung his hand away and deliberately shouted outside, "What? You don't even allow people to laugh! If you have the ability, then convince people wholeheartedly. If you don't have the ability, then why are you showing off?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Qinggu covered her mouth. Unexpectedly, Mu Liue bit Mu Qinggu's hand and pushed him away. She continued to shout, "If you don't have the ability, then why are you afraid of people talking about you?" Although Han Yunqi had already walked far away, she still heard these words. General Mu, who was accompanying her, turned green. He was about to turn around to teach her a lesson when Han Yunqi stopped him. She personally turned around and walked over. When she saw Han Yunqi, Mu Qinggu forcefully covered Mu Liue's mouth and explained, "This girl is crazy and spouting nonsense. Your Highness Princess Consort, please don't take it to heart." Mu Liue was, after all, Mu Qinggu's biological younger sister and General Mu's biological daughter. Although Mu Qinggu was explaining, he was actually pleading for leniency for Mu Liue. He was afraid that Han Yunqi would be angered and punish Mu Liue for her disrespect. No matter how bad Mu Liue was, she was still his biological younger sister. And no matter how good she was still an outsider. Han Yunqi could see this point clearly. Since she was here today, she naturally wouldn't part on bad terms with General Mu's residents, just because of Mu Liue's unpleasant words. Moreover, Han Yunqi was well aware that despite her noble status, she had no real power in her hands to suppress others. Without Long Fei Ye's full approval, the title of Qin Wangfei was nothing more than an empty title. So what if she saved the crown prince? Who would truly recognize her as Qin Wangfei? Leaving aside grand concubine, even if Morong Wanru was here today, Mu Liue wouldn't dare to be so arrogant no matter how dissatisfied she was. If not for her life-saving grace, General Mu and his son wouldn't have treated her with such respect, either. If one wanted to live with status and dignity, they had to rely on themselves in the end. Han Yunqi waved a hand to indicate that Mu Qinggu should let go. A little worried, Mu Qinggu gave Mu Liue a warning look before releasing her. Mu Liue wasn't stupid and wouldn't continue speaking rudely in front of Han Yunqi. She stood in front of Han Yunqi with a face full of smiles as she thought to herself, "Han Yunqi, my father and big brother are still protecting me in the end. What can you do to me? At worst, I'll be punished or beaten again. This young lady isn't afraid. Today, this young lady just wants to humiliate you." Han Yunqi looked coldly at Mu Liue before smiling calmly. "Mu Liue, do you think this Wang Fei won't be able to find the culprit?" "Liue doesn't dare. Qin Wang Fei is a wondrous person, a godly person. There's nothing in this world that's harder than Qin Wang Fei," Mu Liue purposely said sarcastically. On the side, General Mu and Mu Qinggu's faces were deathly pale. General Mu couldn't hold it in any longer as he angrily said, "Mu Liue, this has nothing to do with you. Scram!" Mu Liue's words had already thoroughly angered Han Yunqi. Last time, she had only suffered a few lashes from General Mu, which was already considered lucky. She never thought that she would dare to take a mile after taking an inch. She had a status but no power, so she didn't want to cause trouble. Did Mu Liue really think that she was so easy to bully? Han Yunqi stopped General Mu and said with a faint smile, "Mu Liue, do you dare to make a bet with Wang Fei regarding the matter of the traitor? Whoever loses will take off their outer clothes and run around Xuanwu Street. How about it?" This bet was too big. General Mu and Mu Qinggu were both dumbstruck. They never thought that the dignified Qin Wangfei would actually think of this kind of bet. Mu Liue was first stunned, but then she became excited. Afraid that Han Yunqi would beat her to it, She hurriedly said, "Of course I dare. I bet that you won't be able to find the traitor." The general's estate had already been searching for the traitor for a month. Because this matter concerned her brother's safety, the emperor had secretly ordered several divine detectives from the Supreme Court to investigate. Unfortunately, there were no results. Mu Luiwe felt that her brother's head had been kicked by a donkey when he asked Han Yunshi for help. Han Yunshi had only come to show off. Did she really think that she could do whatever she wanted just because she knew a bit of medical skills? What a joke! Of course, she had to bet. When the time came, she would have Han Yunshi take off her outer clothes and run around Xuanwu Street. After doing such a disgraceful thing, it would be enough for His Highness Duke of Qin to divorce her. Because it was an appointed marriage, if the princess consort was innocent and died, then the position of princess consort would forever be empty. However, if it was because the princess consort had violated the 3 obediences and 4 virtues and made a big mistake, then after divorcing the princess consort, the Duke of Qin could still marry another princess consort. Murong Wanru hoped that Han Yunshi would die, and Mu Luiwe wished that Han Yunshi would be divorced. Seeing Mu Luiwe so confident, a trace of craftiness flashed through Han Yunshi's eyes. She said seriously, "All right, if this princess consort finds the traitor, then it's your loss." 1 month. Do you dare? Mu Luiwe provoked. Of course, she had to set a time limit. 1 month seemed a little short. However, Han Yunshi still readily agreed. This time, finding the traitor was less important than convincing this eldest miss wholeheartedly. She had to personally teach this arrogant and unreasonable eldest miss a lesson so that the next time she saw her, she would take a detour. If you can't find the traitor within a month, then it's your loss. Mu Luiwe asked seriously, wanting Han Yunshi to give her a definite answer. May the great general bear witness. Han Yunshi looked towards the head of the great general's estate. Although General Mu was somewhat disappointed that they hadn't found anything after walking around today, no matter what the result was, he didn't want his daughter to lose face, nor did he want Qin Wangfei to lose face. Esteemed Wangfei, I think we should forget about this bet. After all, the matter of the traitor, who knew that before he could finish speaking, Mu Luiwe interrupted. Father, this is what esteemed Wangfei said she wanted to bet. We can't dampen esteemed Wangfei's mood. You're still talking. General Mu was so angry that he almost lashed out with his whip. Mu Luiwe was a little afraid and took a step back. However, she looked at Han Yunshi provocatively, afraid that she would regret it. Great General, it's said that a monarch doesn't go back on his words. Although this Wangfei is a woman, she is still the Qin Wangfei. How can I go back on my words? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Now that things had come to this, Han Yunshi had brought out her prestige as a Wangfei, but General Mu was anxious. He couldn't afford to take responsibility no matter who won or lost. Esteemed Wangfei, for this old official's sake, please, before he could finish speaking, who knew that Mu Qingwu would speak up, Father, Luiwe has already agreed. She can't go back on her words. Mu Qingwu's words surprised Han Yunshi. It seemed that he had had enough of this spoiled little sister of his. Very good. This fellow didn't disappoint her. General Mu looked at Mu Qingwu and then saw Han Yunshi's cold and stern expression. He had no choice but to agree. Seeing her father nod, Mu Luiwe was overjoyed. She couldn't wait to write a letter to Princess Chongping and tell her the good news. She wanted Princess Chongping to hurry back to the capital to see the joke. However, Mu Luiwe quickly discovered that she was happy too early. General Mu, since we can't find any clues in the estate, there's only one way. Han Yunshi said seriously. When these words came out, Mu Luiwe looked over with a frown. Seeing Han Yunshi's indifferent expression, she felt a little nervous. Esteemed Wangfei, please speak. General Mu was also nervous. Find the source. Han Yunshi seriously said. The source? Mu Qinggu didn't understand. The source of the poison. Han Yunqi indifferently said, the 10,000 poisonous snake was a very rare poison. It was a mixture of the 10 most poisonous snake venoms in the world. The reason why it was called 10,000 poisonous snake wasn't because it was made from the venom of 10,000 snakes. Rather, it was because the 10 most poisonous snake venoms in the world were equal to the venom of 10,000 normal snakes. Just this name alone was enough to show how terrifying it was. To make this kind of poison wasn't a simple matter. Not only did one need to know the proportions, the most important thing was to find the 10 most poisonous snakes and extract their venom. Although medicine and poison were of the same family, and a large amount of medicine could become a poison and a small amount of poison could become a medicine. These were all special circumstances. There was still a strict distinction between medicine and poison. However, these 10 snake venoms were special cases. Since they were highly toxic, they could be used to treat a few rare diseases. Chapter 79. It was indeed difficult to find all 10 types of snake venom, but it was relatively easy to find a few of them. General, 7 of the 10 types of snake venom can be used as medicine and can be sold in large pharmacies. The remaining 3 types are very rare snake venoms. If it's confirmed that the person who poisoned you is someone close to the young general, then within 2 to 3 years, this trader will definitely buy snake venom to concoct a poison. This type of poison can only be stored for a day at most. A day. When Han Yunqi said this, General Mu was shocked. This was a clue, and a very important one at that. Mu Qinggu was overjoyed. Qin Wangfei, please write down the names of the 10 types of snake venom. This official will immediately investigate. Han Yunqi's words stunned Mu Luiwa, but surprised General Mu and his son. Although the stakes were high, compared to finding the traitor, it wasn't that high. Every day that the traitor wasn't found was another day that Mu Qinggu and even General Mu would be in danger. Moreover, this matter could possibly involve the northerly spies, so they couldn't be careless. Mu Qinggu had long disliked Mu Luiwa and couldn't wait for her to be taught a lesson. As for General Mu, he couldn't care less for the time being. Finding the traitor was the most important thing. Everything else could be discussed later. Han Yunqi only wrote down the names of 7 types of snake venom and left the other 3. Qin Wangfei, aren't there 10? Mu Qinggu asked, puzzled. Find these 7 first. See which pharmacies sell them, and if anyone has bought them. Investigate clearly first. I have my own arrangements for the rest. Han Yunqi said seriously. Mu Qinggu was a smart person and didn't pursue the matter. At this time, Mu Luiwa watched from the back and couldn't help but worry. However, worry was just worry. Han Yunqi was only guessing. The results of the investigation were still unknown. Mu Luiwa refused to believe it. She wanted to immediately write a letter to Princess Changping. That day, after Han Yunqi left, Mu Qinggu personally went to investigate the matter. He spent 3 days investigating all the big and small pharmacies in the imperial city. Just as Han Yunqi said, many pharmacies sold these medicines. However, the results of the investigation were still beyond his expectations. 3 days later, Mu Qinggu paid another visit to the Duke of Qin's manor. Princess Consort, out of the 32 pharmacies in the city, there are a total of 10 pharmacies that sell snake venom, but Mu Qinggu frowned and said seriously, however, the shopkeepers of these pharmacies said that this snake venom is not commonly used. If it is not for a special prescription, no doctor would dare to prescribe this kind of snake venom. 8 out of the 10 pharmacies had never sold any of the 7 snake poisons. As for the remaining 2, they had only sold it once, and that was 5 or 6 years ago. The 10,000 snake venom had accumulated in Mu Qinggu's body for 3 years at most. In other words, the traitor hadn't bought snake venom from the pharmacies. Princess Consort, could it be that the traitor brought the snake venom from somewhere else and made the 10,000 snake venom in the manor? Mu Qinggu guessed. However, Han Yunqi decisively shook her head. If it was brought over, it would be enough to use. This is poison. Bringing a large amount of poison with them is definitely not something a trader would do. Or someone sent it over, or even made it before sending it to the great general's manor. Mu Qingguo continued to guess. This kind of slow-acting poison usually needed to be made once every 2 to 3 days. The made poison could only be stored for a day, or else it would have a smell and color. In 3 years, they sent things to the great general's manor so frequently. Han Yunqi was deep in thought. The great general's manor was different from other mansions. The great general and young general lived here. In modern times, this would be a military compound and could be considered an important military office. Half of the servants here were soldiers, and the other half were ordinary servants. No matter if it was soldiers or ordinary servants, they weren't allowed to enter and leave as they pleased. Suddenly, Mu Qingwu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Old Li who collects rancid water, and Old Wang who pours out night incense." These 2 people didn't come here every 2 or 3 days, but every day. Although it was just a guess, it was better than having no direction. "Young general, follow this lead and investigate. I'll investigate the origins of the other 3 snake venoms." Han Yunqi said seriously, "Yes, if there's anything, this subordinate will report to you at any time." Mu Qinggu stood up and stood in a super standard military posture. He cupped his fists, bowed, and gave orders. These actions were done cleanly and nimbly, full of masculine strength. Although this guy was young and didn't have much experience, there weren't many people in the imperial court who could accept such a big bow. Mu Qinggu was about to leave when Han Yunqi called him back. "Young general, in the future when there's no one around, there's no need to be so polite. Also, don't call me Princess Consort this and that. Just call me by my name." Mu Qingwu's resolute expression froze for a moment before he became suspicious. He reached out to scratch his head, revealing his big boy appearance again. "Esteemed Princess Consort, what did you say?" Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. He was such a disciplined person. She shouldn't make things difficult for him. "Nothing, you can go." Han Yunqi could only give up. After Mu Qinggu left, she immediately had Chen Xiang go to the Gu Manor to pass on a message to Gu Beiwe. She only had a month's time, so the quickest and most accurate way to solve the case was to use the process of elimination. The 7 types of snake poisons were easy to obtain. Even if they were bought in the capital, it was very likely that they'd gotten them from somewhere else. It wouldn't be easy to track them down, so this lead could be considered useless for now. However, the other 3 types of snake poisons couldn't be obtained so easily. Moreover, quite a few poisons had been used over the past 3 years, so the dosage had to be high as well. Han Yunqi believed that as long as they could find the source of these 3 poisons, they wouldn't be far from the truth. These 3 types of snake poisons were rosemary, bamboo green, and clear lake. They were all miniature snakes that were no more than 3 to 4 CUN long, but their toxicity didn't lose out to the poison pythons that Han Yunqi had seen before. Unlike the poison pythons, there were plenty of rosemary, bamboo green, and clear lake snakes, but the key lay in the fact that very few people could catch them and extract their poisons. According to Han Yunqi's estimates, there were no less than 10 families in Cloud Realm continent that possessed such things. Of course, this was only Han Yunqi's estimation. She had no way to investigate, but Gu Beiwe was a veteran in the medical world, so he should have a way. Gu Beiwe really was busy, unlike last time when he could see the emperor as soon as he wanted. The emperor had caught a cold, so he had to stay in the palace and couldn't leave. It wasn't clear when he'd be able to leave, so Han Yunqi could only wait. "Mistress, do you have enough time to make an appointment with eldest Miss Mu in a month?" Little Chen Xiang was very worried. "It's just a cold. It'll take 5 or 6 days at most. The young general needs time to treat himself, too." Han Yunqi said mildly, rejoicing in her heart that Emperor Tianhui wasn't seriously ill. Otherwise, Gu Beiwe wouldn't be able to leave the palace for a month or two. Chun Xiang pouted on one side, unhappy. Mistress, why don't you ask His Highness Duke of Qin for help? Han Yunqi clearly heard her, but pretended not to hear as she rose to leave. Chun Xiang continued to mutter, His Highness Duke of Qin's connections are much wider than Imperial Physician Gu's. Mistress, you're recklessly wasting God's gifts. Hearing this, Han Yunqi had no choice but to stop and turn back with a smile. Be good. Recklessly wasting God's gifts isn't useless. Of course she knew that Long Fei Ye's connections were much wider than Gu Beiyue's, but she didn't believe that Guy would be so free as to help her. Mistress, even if you're too embarrassed to ask His Highness Duke of Qin for help, you can have the young general do it. This is a matter of the general's estate, little Chen Xiang reminded again. This time, Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes. How am I embarrassed? Seeing her mistress's dangerous expression, little Chen Xiang shut her mouth and thought, You have a guilty conscience. After gagging little Chen Xiang's mouth, Han Yunqi left in a carefree manner. She was being made difficult by all sorts of people only because she hadn't received Long Fei Ye's true approval. If that guy truly approved of her, she'd sit firmly in her position as the Duke of Qin's official consort, in all of Tianning's court, who would dare to provoke her or offend her. In this era, a mother relied on her son's status, while a wife relied on her husband's honor. But she could only rely on herself and only herself. Han Yunqi waited for news as she flipped through the Cloud Realm records. This was an ancient book that introduced the various powers of Cloud Realm Continent. In the center of Cloud Realm Continent were Tianning Country, Northern Li Country, and Western Zhou Country. Within these three countries were powers independent of the empire, the most famous of which were Carefree City, the City of Women, and Medical City. The medical academy that Gu Beiwe often mentioned was a large-scale institution in Medical City. It could be said that it was the most authoritative institution in all of Cloud Realm Continent. Unfortunately, the Cloud Realm Records was only an ancient book with very little information on medical families and poison sections. Han Yunqi couldn't find what she wanted inside. Mistress, the Han family is one of the most famous medical families in Tianning Country. It's said that they have quite a few hidden medicines. Little Chen Xiang spoke casually, but her words reminded Han Yunqi of something. That's right, the Han family. In Tianning's capital, or even in all of Tianning Country, there was probably no other family besides the imperial family that had more hidden medicines than the Han family. How could she have left out the Han family? Let's go. We'll go take a look at the Han family. Han Yunqi decided promptly. At noon that day, Han Yunqi brought little Chen Xiang to knock on the Han family's doors. When Han Yunqi transmigrated here, she'd already left the Han family in a bridal sedan chair. All of her memories of the Han family came from the original owner's memories. Yeah, as soon as the door opened, the little page boy guarding the door grumbled, Who are you? Can't you let me sleep in the middle of the day? Qin Wangfei has arrived. Little Chen Xiang shouted loudly. What has Qin Wangfei come here for? The page boy didn't think much of it, but he quickly recovered his wits and opened the door in fright. He scrambled out and fell to his knees as soon as he saw Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wangfei, this one didn't know esteemed Wangfei would grace us with her presence. Esteemed Wangfei, please spare my life. This page boy was scared out of his wits. Forget about him. No one in the Han family believed that Han Yunqi could step through the Duke of Qin's doors. Moreover, many people had guessed that this eldest young miss would die. The emperor had ordered her to marry, but the Duke of Qin refused. The only way to resolve this conflict was to kill Han Yunqi. But no one expected this eldest young miss to not only enter the Duke of Qin's doors without a hitch, but her temperament had changed greatly. Her medical skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and she'd cured the young general, making a name for herself. Moreover, There were rumors these days that the eldest young miss had even participated in the treatment of the crown prince's strange illness. The old master had been punished, but the eldest young miss was safe and sound. There were all sorts of theories among the people as to why this happened. "Get up," Han Yunchi said coldly. The page boy raised his head to see Han Yunchi's beauty and was very surprised. But when he met Han Yunchi's piercing gaze, he didn't dare to look again. He couldn't help but believe that the rumors were true. He hurriedly got up, but didn't dare to straighten his body. Han Yunchi calmly sat down on the high threshold and asked, "How many wives are there in this residence?" The page boy didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately answered truthfully. Chapter 80. She didn't know if she didn't ask, but she was shocked when she did. Han Kongen had many concubines, but only 2nd Madame Su, 3rd Madame Li, and 7th Madame Helene were left behind. Strictly speaking, Madame Su was also a concubine and could only be called a concubine. However, Madame Su's identity was special. She was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Appointments. Back then, she admired Han Kongen and married into the Han family. Because Madame Tianqin was the Empress Dowager's lifesaver, even after Madame Tianqin passed away, she didn't dare to be the legal wife. How could the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Appointments be a concubine? Han Kongen called her 2nd Madame, and everyone called her Madame Su. Most of the concubines who had escaped had taken away quite a bit of valuables, and those who remained were all smart people. They did not care about the money, and what they wanted was the Han family's precious medicinal herbs and the Han family medical canon. Hearing the manservant say this, Han Yunchi couldn't help but frown. With only these people left, how could she revive the Han family? There was only one young master in Madame Su's room, a daughter in 3rd concubine's room, and a boy in 7th concubine Helene's room, but he was only 6 years old. If the Han family fell into their hands, wouldn't they fall even faster? Of course. Han Yunchi didn't have the time or energy to care about that at the moment. The general's estate's case was more important. If she lost to Muluiwa, losing face was a small matter, but taking off her clothes and running away was a big matter. "Don't make a fuss. Bring me to the storeroom," Han Yunchi said in a low voice. When she said this, the manservant was shocked. Could it be that even this married eldest young miss wanted to come back to fight for the things in the storeroom? One had to know that these days the 3 women who stayed in the residence were fighting to the death for the storeroom key. Of course, the manservant was shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. He quickly led the way. 2nd Madame said that she wanted to reduce expenses and dismissed many servants. The manservant brought Han Yunchi to a remote road and didn't meet many people along the way. However, just as they were about to reach the storeroom, laughter came from the corridor. It seemed that there were many people. Han Yunchi stopped and looked towards the sound. She was blocked by a bamboo bush. "What is it, and what is it?" she asked in a low voice. The Han family was already in such a state. Who would still be in the mood to laugh so happily? "Reporting to your highness, that's 7th concubine Helene's Cloud Water Pavilion. It's possible that eldest young master and the others are there." The manservant replied, "Cloud Water Pavilion's Helene?" Han Yunchi had a deep impression of this madam. Among all of Han Kongen's madams, she was the last one to marry into the family. She was also the youngest and, of course, the most favored one. She gave birth to a son for Han Kongen named Han Yuni. He was the 7th child and was only 6 years old this year. It was this young master that Han Kongen had instructed her to take care of in prison. Han Yunchi didn't have any impression of this young master. When she heard the laughter, she thought that it was the voice of a manservant. She thought that the manservant was probably teasing the young master. What would such a young child know? Han Yunchi was busy today, so she didn't ask much and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, there was a sudden pa-pa-pa sound mixed with laughter, as if someone was beating someone. Han Yunchi abruptly stopped. "What's going on?" This little one reckons that seventh young master was beaten again. The manservant said and sighed helplessly, Your Highness, when something happened to old master, the most favored seventh young master was the first to suffer. Everyone suspects that the storeroom key is in seventh concubine's hands. I don't know what seventh concubine is thinking. People have long advised her to leave, but she refused to leave. Her maternal family doesn't even have a master. So how can she fight with second madam and third concubine? When she heard this, Han Yunqi's face sank. Coldly she said, Take me there. The storeroom key was in her hands. How could Hellion Shur have the key? Hellion Shur was born poor, and her maternal family's brother and sister-in-law weren't good people. Once she left the Han family, she probably wouldn't have anywhere to go. The manservant promptly led the way. Very quickly, Han Yunqi followed the long corridor and bypassed the bamboo thicket. From afar, Han Yunqi saw a naked little boy with his hands tied up, squatting in the grass. Behind him, there was a group of adults watching. The leader was the Han family's eldest young master, Han Yunqi, who was using a bamboo board to hit him on the back. A group of adults were abusing a child, yet they were still laughing so loudly. Han Yunqi stared blankly. She couldn't help but remember that when the original owner was young, she was also beaten by this eldest young master. At that time, she was already 10 years old, and the child in front of her was only 6 years old. He was beaten even more miserably than her. Too much. Immediately, a burst of anger rushed into Han Yunqi's heart. She rushed over, her anger overflowing. Han Yunqi, stop! When everyone heard Han Yunqi's voice, they all looked over. Although there were no more poisoned scars on her face, everyone still recognized her. On the day of the wedding, many people had seen her. Han Yunqi blurted out. He was very surprised that Han Yunqi would come. Han Yunqi strode over and saw that the child was shivering from the cold. His thin back was covered with blood-red scars, as if he had been whipped. It was a frightening sight. Qinxiang, quickly, clothes! Han Yunqi cried out in alarm. Where would little Qinxiang find clothes? Fortunately, she was quick-witted and immediately had the manservant take off his outer clothes. Han Yunqi took the clothes and was about to go forward to save the child when Han Yunqi signaled with his eyes for the manservants to surround seventh young master Han Yunqi. He walked closer with his arms crossed and looked Han Yunqi up and down. Cold laughter, he said, Han Yunqi, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've grown wings. You don't want to stay in the Duke of Qin's fu and dare to come to this young master's territory to meddle in other people's business? Impudent, you've seen Qin Wangfei and still haven't kneeled. Do you want to rebel? Little Qinxiang reprimanded coldly. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi suddenly laughed out loud. Qin Wangfei? Did the Duke of Qin marry her? Did the Duke of Qin acknowledge her? Did he kick her sedan door? Shameless woman, you delivered yourself to my door and still have the face to call yourself Qin Wangfei. The surrounding servants were originally afraid of Han Yunqi's identity and the rumors outside. Now that they saw the eldest young master's attitude, they all raised their heads and looked at Han Yunqi with disdain. In the past, hadn't this eldest young miss been bullied by the eldest young master since she was young? Just before she got married, the eldest young master almost tore her gowns apart, but she didn't dare to do anything. After all, the eldest young master was Lady Su's only son and the direct grandson of the Minister of Appointments. His news was much more reliable than the rumors outside. Since the eldest young master had such an attitude, this Qin Wangfei must be nothing more than an empty title. Han Yunqi, you dare to offend your superiors. You should. Little Qinxiang was furious, but Han Yunqi held her back, her eyes staring coldly at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't care at first, but when he saw the sharp light in Han Yunqi's eyes, he felt uneasy for no reason. It made him very irritable. How could he be afraid of Han Yunqi? Han Yunqi was only a Wangfei in name. She wasn't favored by Grand Concubine E, the Duke of Qin, or the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, he still had his grandfather to support him. Once the old man was imprisoned, no one in the Han family would have a stronger backer than him. Who was he afraid of? Thinking up to here, Han Yuqi said coldly, Han Yunqi, if you know what's good for you, get out of here for this young master. Otherwise, I'll beat you too. Han Yunqi ignored him, but said coldly, Qinxiang, go and report to the justice courts. Just say that the Han family's Han Yuqi offended his superiors and spoke wildly to insult this Wang Fei. Yes, little Qinxiang left immediately. These people are really snobs. When the justice courts come, we'll show them esteemed Wang Fei's power. Justice courts? Han Yuqi suddenly laughed out loud. Justice courts, ah. This young master's so scared. What do I do? His sarcastic tone caused everyone to burst into laughter. Soon enough, Han Yuqi grew serious and gave Han Yunqi a disdainful look. He wasn't afraid of the justice courts. He didn't know what crime the previous justice court official, Beigong Hize, had committed. However, he heard from the minister's manner that the higher-ups had appointed his maternal grandfather to personally interrogate him. The new justice court official Ouyang, had also been recommended by his maternal grandfather. The justice court official and the minister of the Ministry of Personnel were both third-rank officials. His maternal grandfather was very prestigious. Letting little Qinxiang leave, Han Yuqi calmly sat down on the side. Coldly looking at Han Yunqi with raised eyebrows, this young master's mood is good today. I'm just waiting for your people to come. Han Yunqi ignored him. Seeing the child's trembling back, she felt pain for him. She was about to go forward, but several manservants stopped her. As for the manservant who brought Han Yunqi here, he didn't dare to make a sound and silently retreated to the side. The situation was deadlocked. Seeing the child curled up into a ball, Han Yunqi became more anxious. Such a small child, if this continued, even if he didn't die from pain, he would die from the cold. After trying a few times, the manservants formed a human wall and didn't budge an inch. Han Yunqi also couldn't push them. She got angry and angrily warned, Han Yuqi, you better not regret it. Regret? Hee. Han Yunqi, the one regretting it will be you. Han Yuqi laughed loudly. He had only heard about the young general's antidote and still didn't believe it. How could he know the specific situation inside? He was very much looking forward to the justice court sending people. Han Yunqi's phoenix eyes narrowed into a straight line. This place wasn't far from the justice court. She would wait. However, just as the two sides were in a deadlock, a sharp cry suddenly sounded. Ear. Following the sound, a young woman in her early 20s ran over in alarm. This person was none other than the child's mother, the Han family's seventh madam, Helian Zuexiang. As soon as she came over, she didn't care about anyone else. Seeing her son's situation, she immediately burst into tears and crazily rushed over. Stop her! Han Yuqi sternly shouted and suddenly stood up. Helian Zuexiang was only a weak woman. However, a manservant blocked her and fiercely pushed her to the ground. However, she quickly got up and angrily rebuked Han Yuqi. Han Yuqi, are you still human? Whatever you have, you come at me. What kind of man are you to make things difficult for a child? He come at you? Then fine, obediently hand over the storehouse key. This young master will immediately let you go. Han Yuqi sneered. Hearing this, Han Yunqi understood. I don't have it. How many times have I told you I don't have the key? How could Lord give the key to us? Something happened to Lord, so the key must still be on Lord. Helian Zuexiang seriously said. Hee, you think I'll believe your nonsense? Ever since you entered the family, my father has been sleeping in your room every day and teaching that boy medical skills. You think I don't know? Even if my father didn't give you the storehouse key, you must know where he hid it. Han Yuqi coldly snorted. I don't know. Lord comes every day because Uni is eager to learn. Lord comes every day to personally teach him, Helian Zuexiang hurriedly explained. As she spoke, she took advantage of the manservant's inattention to go to her son. However, in the end, she was still pushed back by the manservant and fell to the ground. This time, Helian Zuexiang somewhat couldn't get up. She cried loudly at her child's frightening back. Son, how are you? You should answer Nyangqin. Son, don't scare Nyangqin. Answer Nyangqin, look at Nyangqin. Son, don't scare mother, okay? Chapter 81. No matter how Helian Zuexiang shouted, the curled-up child didn't respond. Han Yunqi had just concluded that the child had already lost consciousness from the cold, and his small body was probably frozen. If this continued, something big would happen. She was anxious. Little Chenxiang, when will the reinforcements arrive? Although she couldn't deal with the likes of Princess Chongping and Mu Luiyue with her empty title of Wangfei, she was still able to alarm the Supreme Court's Chancellor. As for the Minister of Personnel that Han Yuqi relied on, he was similarly intimidated. It was Han Yuqi, this arrogant idiot who lacked discipline. Not seeing her son's response, Helian Zuexiang was about to go crazy. She crawled to Han Yuqi's feet, crying and begging. Eldest young master, the storehouse key really isn't in our hands. I beg you, let us go. Eldest young master, no matter what. Yuni is still your younger brother. For master's sake, let him go. I beg you. Eldest young master, I'll kowtow to you. Han Yunqi couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to stop her. But who knew that Han Yuqi would be so deranged as to kick Helian Zuexiang aside, coldly saying, You think we don't have it just because you say so? Someone come. Search this young master. What? Hearing this, Helian Zuexiang was so scared that she curled up into a ball. Han Yunqi didn't say another word, coldly pushing aside the manservant in front of her and rushing in front of Helian Zuexiang, opening her arms to protect her. The storehouse key is on this Wangfei. Whoever has the guts, search this Wangfei, she coldly said, her phoenix eyes glaring angrily. Her entire body emitted an inviolable, domineering aura, causing everyone to be startled. What? The storehouse key was on Han Yunqi's hands? Han Yunqi stared blankly at first, then laughed loudly. Han Yunqi, this joke isn't funny at all. Is that so? Han Yunqi's lips curled into a mocking smile. She actually slowly pulled out a key from her sleeve in front of everyone. This was a bronze key, simple yet exquisite. After being in the hands of several generations of the Han family, it seemed to have spiritual energy, faintly emitting a faint bronze light. Although many people present hadn't seen this key before, eldest young Master Han Yuqi had seen this thing in his father's hands more than once. This was the symbol of the Han family head, a treasure that he yearned for even in his dreams. He recognized it at a glance. His eyes wide open, he was stupefied. Now, isn't it funny? Han Yunqi asked with a cold smile. You slut, what qualifications do you have to have the storehouse key? Give it to me. After Han Yuqi regained his senses, his greedy expression was like a hungry wolf seeing meat. This time, the surrounding people were also shocked. Why? Why was the storehouse key in Han Yunqi? What was going on? Could it be that Master personally gave it to Han Yunqi? How could that be? Didn't Master hate this daughter of the first wife the most? No one could understand, and Han Yunqi didn't want to understand. Greed shot out from his eyes, and he suddenly pounced over to snatch it. However, Han Yunqi had already expected this. She immediately put the key into her clothes and hid it close to her chest. Seeing this, Han Yunqi stopped in his tracks. You! What? Han Yunqi raised her brows provocatively. Even if Han Yunqi had the guts as big as the sky, he wouldn't dare to touch her. After all, no matter how bad she was still Qin Wangfei. Han Yunqi could spout nonsense and speak rudely, but if he really wanted to search her, Long Fei wouldn't let him off even if his grandfather was the Minister of Appointments or the Emperor himself. This concerned a man's dignity. No matter what, Han Yunchi was still Qin Wangfei. Long Fei, ye could never touch her, but he wouldn't allow any other man to touch her. The thing he yearned for in his dreams was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it. Han Yunchi was so angry that his chest heaved. Han Yunchi, why is the storehouse key in your hands? Did you steal it? He asked coldly. He definitely didn't believe that his father would give her the key. Leaving aside the fact that his father hated her the most, she was a married daughter. Just this fact alone meant that she had no right to inherit the position of head of the Han family. Han Yunchi gave Han Yuchi a cold look, disdaining to reply. She personally helped Helian Zuexiang sit up and murmured, "Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen." Helian Zuexiang had been badly frightened by Han Yunchi as well. She was still a little dazed, but she quickly recovered and begged, "Yunchi, Yunchi, you have to save me. Yunchi, and I have never made things difficult for you. For your father's sake, save Er." Han Yunchi wasn't very familiar with this seventh madam, but she remembered very clearly that she was the only one in the entire Han family who hadn't made things difficult for her. "The child is innocent. Even if you make things difficult for me, I'll still save him," Han Yunchi said seriously. But these words reminded Han Yunchi, who suddenly laughed out loud. "Han Yunchi, hand over the storehouse key right now, or else this young master won't let that bastard off." So speaking, he strode towards Han Yuni. The page boys didn't even have time to get out of the way before they were ruthlessly knocked aside. Slap! This deranged thing actually whipped Han Yuni again. Heaven knows how ruthless it was this time. It actually split open the old wound. "No!" Helian Zuexiang cried out. Helian Zuexiang cried out in alarm before fainting in Han Yunchi's arms. Han Yunchi couldn't bear it any longer. She set down Helian Zuexiang and stood up, a terrifying murderous aura emanating from her entire body. In a flash, all the page boys surrounded her, as if Han Yunchi could really do something to their master. Han Yunchi felt an indescribable fear in his heart, but it only lasted for a moment. What could a weak woman like Han Yunchi do to him? How about it? Han Yunchi played with the bamboo stick in his hands as he asked provocatively. Han Yunchi took out the storehouse key with one hand and hid a few poison needles in the other. "Cold," she said. "The storehouse key is right here. Don't make things difficult for a child. Come and get it." As soon as he saw the storehouse key, Han Yuchi's face lit up with joy. He didn't think too much, but tossed the bamboo stick aside and rushed over to snatch it. Han Yunchi backed up a step, but Han Yunchi didn't sense anything amiss. He was about to reach out when Han Yunchi's other hand gripped the poison needles and stabbed them into his wrist. "Ah!" Han Yunchi suddenly shouted. "You dare stab this young master!" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike. Who knew that his right hand would feel like it had been bitten by something? It hurt so much that he couldn't raise it. Han Yunchi finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. His left hand held his right hand. As the pain intensified, his brows furrowed. "Ant poison. You should have heard of it. Immediately release the child, or else wait for amputation," Han Yunchi cold warned. Ant poison. Those who were poisoned would feel intense pain at first. Soon, they would feel as if their arm was being bitten by thousands of ants. It was incomparably itchy. Not many people could endure it, and no matter how they scratched, it was useless. Unless there was an antidote, the poison would gradually spread from the arm to the entire body. The person wouldn't be poisoned to death, but they would scratch themselves until they were neither human nor ghost, living a life worse than death. If there wasn't an antidote, the best method was to cut off all the poisoned parts to stop the poison from spreading. However, this poison had a special characteristic. Only those who were bitten by poisonous ants would be poisoned because this poison couldn't be extracted. Although Han Yunchi didn't know poison, he was still from a medical family. He knew about ant poison. Although his hand hurt, he didn't believe in this. Han Yunchi, do you think you can fool me with such a small trick? As Han Yunchi spoke, he didn't touch Han Yunchi. With a glance, the manservant at the side picked up a bamboo stick and was about to strike Han Yunchi. However, just as he was about to strike, Han Yunchi suddenly shouted without warning, "Ah, itchy!" His left hand, which was originally holding his right wrist, started to scratch unconsciously. This time, everyone was shocked. Could it really be ant poison? Heavens! How could Han Yunchi have this poison? How did she extract it? Once the ant poison acted up, Han Yunchi couldn't care less. He scratched like a madman while shouting, "It's itchy to death! Itchy to death! Quickly come and help me." A few manservants hurried forward to help him scratch the itch on his right hand. At first, it was only his palm and lower limbs that itched, but after a while, the strange itch spread to his arms and upper limbs. "Ah, itchy to death! Here, itchy, I can't stand it. I can't stand it." Han Yunchi didn't care about his image. He tore off his sleeve and scratched fiercely. Immediately, a long bloodstain appeared on his arm. Seeing this, the manservants didn't dare to do anything. "Scratch! Quick! Itchy to death! I can't stand it!" Han Yunchi roared. He had already lost his mind. Eldest young master, eldest young miss must have an antidote. At this time a manservant reminded. Only then did Han Yunchi recover from his madness. He suddenly raised his head to look at Han Yunchi and roared, "Bitch! Give me the antidote immediately! Release ear immediately, or else I'll make you itch all over your body." Han Yunchi said sternly, not yielding an inch. To her, the art of poison wasn't only used to save people, but it could also hurt and kill people. If Han Yunchi thought that he still had a bargaining chip to negotiate with her, then he was too naive. You don't even think about it. Han Yunchi wouldn't compromise so easily. When his father wasn't around, he already wanted the storehouse key. Moreover, his father was already in prison. Endure. He endured. Someone, continue beating for this young master. As he ordered, he unconsciously scratched the itch again. As he scratched, he suddenly realized that not only his arm, but his entire shoulder also started to itch. The ant poison spread from slow to fast. At first, it was slow, then it gradually sped up. The scariest thing was that it spread to the face. God knows if Han Yunchi's ant poison was the enhanced version. Han Yunchi just felt the itch on his shoulder. Then his neck started to itch. Very quickly, his entire face started to itch. "No, no!" he roared like a monkey, scratching his neck and face. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. "Antidote, Han Yunchi, give me the antidote, and I'll release Han Yunchi immediately." How could Han Yunchi give in so easily? She looked at him coldly and said word by word, "Release him first, or else there's no discussion." Han Yunchi was already tortured to the point that he couldn't take another second. If this continued, he would break his own arms, and even his head would be chopped off. It was too itchy, he really couldn't take it. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the manservants. "Release him! Quick, release him!" The manservants were quite frightened by the eldest young master's crazed appearance and hurriedly dispersed. Han Yunchi rushed over. Although she was anxious, she was still careful, afraid of hurting Han Yunchi. She picked up the clothes on the ground and gently wrapped him from behind, then hugged him in her arms. Chapter 82. Once she held Han Yunchi in her arms. Han Yunchi was shocked. Heavens! Even if they were separated by a thick coat, she could still feel the coldness of this child's body and his trembling. Only the heavens knew how cold it was in the middle of winter. Han Yunchi thought that this child was already frozen stiff and unconscious. But when she saw his tender little face, she couldn't help but be shocked. This child was actually still awake. His purplish lips were still trembling, but he tightly clenched his teeth. That pair of eyes had distinct black and white, clear and clean like a snowy lake. The tears in his eyes were clearly welling up, but they didn't fall. Han Yunchi saw at a glance that his pale lips were stained with blood. Just how tightly were his teeth clenched? He was only 6 years old, but his childish little face was filled with stubbornness and unyielding. At this age, how many children were still acting spoiled in their parents' arms? But Han Yuni already understood what was called dignity and what was called unyielding. After being mocked and whipped for more than 2 hours, he didn't cry out in pain, didn't cry, and didn't even beg for mercy. At this moment, this tender and stubborn little face seemed to be imprinted in Han Yunchi's heart, making her unable to forget it for the rest of her life. She unconsciously hugged Han Yuni tightly, hoping to give him more warmth. Good job. At the side, Han Yunchi was about to collapse. Han Yunchi, the antidote. Where's the antidote? Han Yunchi then took out a small bag of antidote from her medical bag and threw it over. Han Yunchi hurriedly caught it and wolfed it down. The poison acted up quickly, but the antidote also disappeared quickly. After a while, the itchiness on Han Yunchi's face and neck disappeared. Finally, the itchiness on his arms also disappeared. However, he was already battered and exhausted. Both his sleeves were torn, and his collar was also torn. His arms, neck, and face were all densely covered with scratches. There were several places where his skin had been scratched, and it was a mess of blood. Those who didn't know better would think that he had fought with a mad dog. Han Yunchi, who had calmed down, was panting and staring at Han Yunchi with a fiendish expression. Han Yunchi hugged Han Yuni tightly and looked back coldly without fear. Han Yunchi, you dared to plot against this young master. Do you think this young master will let you off so easily? Han Yunchi approached step by step. You won't. Therefore, what I gave you was not the antidote. Han Yunchi said coldly. Little Qin Xiang had not called for help yet. Now that she finally had a chance to poison her, how could she detoxify the poison so easily? Han Yunchi, this kind of beast, was angered. He could do anything. She wasn't stupid to talk about honesty with him. You. Han Yunchi was furious. Aren't you waiting for the people from the Supreme Court? If you have the guts, then just wait for this princess. Otherwise, I can guarantee that the poison will flare up every hour. Han Yunchi warned. Although she was sitting down, the aura she emitted was enough to shock everyone present. Han Yunchi, who had suffered once, didn't dare to take the risk again. He angrily gritted his teeth. Then I'll wait. This young master isn't afraid of you. No matter who came from the Supreme Court, they all knew that he was the grandson of the Minister of Appointments. They all knew that Han Yunchi was only a Qin Wangfei in name and was bullied by both sides. Who would dare to make things difficult for him? He would wait. Today, if Han Yunchi didn't hand over the storehouse key, she wouldn't be able to take a step out of the Han family. Han Yunchi sat down, not caring about his sorry state. He stared at Han Yunchi, afraid that the storehouse key would fly away. Allowing him to stare, Han Yunchi comforted the child in her arms. Even though he was warm, Han Yuni still clenched his teeth, his nerves all stretched taut. He knew Han Yunchi and could see that Han Yunchi was saving him. However, he didn't dare to relax. He was afraid that if he relaxed, he would cry. He didn't want to cry. In this family, his mother was the most favored and the most patient, although he was his father's most favored son. Ever since he was sensible, because of his mother's forbearance, he had been wronged. He had never cried before. This time he didn't want to cry. Yuni, it's okay. Don't clench your teeth. Relax, okay? Han Yunchi gently persuaded. She gently stroked Han Yuni's cheek, her warm hand warming up his cold little face. However, Han Yuni was still indifferent. Although his clear eyes reflected Han Yunchi's shadow, he didn't look at her again. Even so, Han Yunchi still patiently continued to persuade him. Yuni, be good. Listen to me. You're bleeding. It's okay. Relax, okay? I'm here. I'll protect you. They won't dare to do anything. I'll protect you in the future. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Such patience gradually warmed Han Yun's heart. Gradually, Han Yunqi's shadow in his eyes became more and more blurred. Han Yunqi knew that this child couldn't hold on anymore and was gradually willing to give up. Be good. Don't be afraid. I know you're the strongest. She gently stroked his soft hair as if she was caressing her own child. Yuni, I know you're a brave man. You won't cry. You've never cried, right? Yuni, sleep if you're tired. It's okay. I'm here. I'll always be here. Han Yunqi's voice became softer and softer, and Han Yun's eyes gradually closed. He finally relaxed and fell asleep. When his eyes were completely closed and his tightly clenched teeth loosened, a line of clear tears finally slid down from the corners of his eyes. Although she didn't really take Han Kongin's words to heart, Han Yunqi's heart ached. She murmured, I didn't lie to you. I promised your father that I'll protect you. Han Yunqi carried Han Yuni and was about to walk into the room. A few servants immediately wanted to stop her, but a sharp look from her made them retreat. The servants all cast questioning glances at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi disdainfully waved his hand, indicating for the servants to retreat. Han Yunqi couldn't escape. Han Yunqi carried Han Yuni into the room. Taking advantage of the fact that he was unconscious and couldn't feel the pain, she nimbly treated the wound on his back. She applied the best medicine and carefully bandaged it. After carefully treating it, she tucked Han Yuni in. At this time, Han Yunqi's excited voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Yunqi, come out. Come out for this young master. The people from the Supreme Court had come? How could he be so arrogant? Han Yunqi was suspicious and hurriedly went out. She didn't see anyone from the Supreme Court. She only saw little Chun Xiang standing at the door, out of breath. Where are they? Han Yunqi asked. Master. Oh. Little Chun Xiang was panting and couldn't speak clearly. She ran to the Supreme Court and told them about Qin Wangfei's matter. The Supreme Court's minister, official Ouyang, was very respectful and immediately came over in a carriage. The road from the Supreme Court to the Han family was very crowded. Little Chun Xiang disliked the carriage for being too slow and rushed back. She was so tired that she couldn't speak properly. Seeing this, Han Yunqi laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you must be scared. You couldn't have been kicked out by the Supreme Court's people, right? Who knew that just as he finished speaking, a manservant's panicked report came from outside. Eldest young master, the Supreme Court's minister, official Ouyang, has personally come. He wants to see you. The Supreme Court's minister, official Ouyang, actually came in person? He originally thought that the Supreme Court's minister would send someone over. He didn't expect him to come in person. Although Han Yunqi was a bit surprised, he was even more smug. No matter what, official Ouyang was recommended by grandfather. Of course, he had to give grandfather face. That's good. The Supreme Court's minister personally came to teach Han Yunqi a lesson. Let's see if Han Yunqi, this girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, would dare to put on the airs of a Wangfei and come to the Han family to flaunt her power in the future. He smiled mockingly at Han Yunqi. Forgetting that he was in a sorry state, he strode out of the courtyard to welcome them. At this time, official Ouyang just happened to arrive. His expression was flustered and his footsteps hurried. He and the Minister of Appointments, Su Xiangguang, had been old friends for many years. Naturally, he had heard of his grandson's personality. He was really afraid that if he was a step late and caused Qin Wangfei to be wronged, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. One had to know that although the previous Supreme Court's minister had been punished by the Ministry of Appointments, the real reason was that he had offended Qin Wangfei and angered His Highness Duke of Qin. Although this matter wasn't made public, the Minister of Appointments and he both knew that Qin Wangfei wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing official Ouyang come over, Han Yunqi chuckled and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Official Ouyang, to trouble you to personally come over for such a small matter, really? Before Han Yuqi could finish speaking, Official Ouyang passed by him and strode into the courtyard. Had he been ignored? Han Yuqi instantly froze. What did Official Ouyang mean? This lowly official greets the Wang Fei. Good luck to the Wang Fei. This lowly official came late to save you. This lowly official hopes that the Wang Fei will forgive this lowly official. When Official Ouyang's respectful voice came from behind him, Han Yuqi grew alarmed. He whipped his head around and saw Official Ouyang kneeling on one knee in front of Han Yuqi, cupping his hands in greeting with his head bowed. He didn't only look respectful, but even a little timid. This Han Yuqi couldn't help but pinch his own face. Heavens, this wasn't a dream, right? What happened to Official Ouyang? Official Ouyang! Han Yuqi offended his superiors and arrogantly threatened this Wang Fei. Tell me, what punishment should he be punished for? Han Yuqi coldly questioned. Of course. She knew the relationship between the Minister of Appointments and this new Supreme Court's minister. However, this new Supreme Court's minister should also know her temper. Should. Official Ouyang hesitated. What? Han Yuqi coldly asked. Offending his superiors 50 strokes. Threatening the Wang Fei is a death sentence. Official Ouyang honestly replied. Once these words were said, Han Yuqi finally recovered and exclaimed, Official Ouyang, you're really treating this cheap girl as something? What are you afraid of her for? She's just Shut up! Official Ouyang angrily roared. However, at the same time, Lady Su's voice sounded. A woman in her 30s hurriedly walked in. She was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. I didn't know that the Wang Fei would be here. I didn't go out to greet you. Please forgive me, Wang Fei. Lady Su bowed as soon as she entered. Seeing this, Han Yuqi was stunned again. He remembered that his mother had heard the rumors about Han Yuqi yesterday and had angrily called Han Yuqi a waste. Today, she came back from the minister's manor. How did she become a different person? Lady Su had been busy these days with the matter of prison visits. She had repeatedly gone to the minister's manor to beg her father, but she had been rejected by him. Today she went again. Her father secretly told her the truth about Hizei of the Northern Court's dismissal. He also said that the reason why the Han family couldn't find a way to visit the prison was because Han Yuqi had ordered that the Han family wasn't allowed to visit the prison. When Lady Su heard this, she knew that the situation wasn't good. She and her son had bullied Han Yuqi many times before. On the way back, she was thinking of how to make up for it. Who knew that the moment she came back, she would hear that something had happened at home. Chapter 83. Establishing Authority. Heavily punishing the young master. 1. Han Yuqi looked at Official Ouyang in disbelief, then looked at his mother, Madame Su. He was puzzled. Were these two possessed? Why were they so polite to Han Yuqi? Mother! He was about to speak when Madame Su leaned forward and scolded. Ungrateful thing, your dog eyes can't see MT Tai. Why aren't you apologizing to the Princess Consort? Although the Princess Consort is your sister, you can't make this kind of joke. She angrily reprimanded while constantly giving Han Yuqi looks. However, Han Yuqi was very stupid and didn't understand at all. He looked suspiciously at his mother and stood motionless. Madame Su was angry and anxious. She suddenly stood up and grabbed her son's ear, angrily scolding. Unfilial son, kneel down! Of all kinds of jokes, you made this kind of joke with your sister. Do you know that threatening the Princess Consort is a capital offense? If you want to court death, no one can stop you. Ah, it hurts. Let go, let go. Han Yuqi was in so much pain that he had no choice but to bend down. At this time, Madame Su took the opportunity to whisper in his ear. Stinky brat, you think I'm willing to follow her. The rumors are true. Han Yuqi really saved the crown prince. Your grandfather said it himself. What? The rumors were true. Han Yuqi really saved the crown prince, so she was now a great hero? Han Yuqi only felt that his head had been hit by something, shaking him so much that he couldn't recover for a moment. His legs went soft and he directly knelt down. Princess Consort, this stinky brat has been shooting his mouth off since he was young. You also know that, after all, he's still young. Please forgive him this time. It's all my fault. I didn't teach my son well. I'll apologize to you. Madame Su was very sincere, but her eyes hid her dissatisfaction. It had to be known that she had always been arrogant and bossy towards Han Yunqi, ordering her around. At this time, official Ouyang on the side quickly pleaded for leniency. Princess Consort, eldest young master, this? He, eldest young master is indeed outrageous, but this is still a matter of the Han family. If this matter is brought to the Supreme Court, you will lose face and become a joke to the outer sect. Han Yunqi sneered in her heart. Of course, she knew about the relationship between official Ouyang and the Minister of Personnel Affairs. Official Ouyang's words were really decent. She ignored Lady Su and official Ouyang. Looking down at Han Yuqi from high above, she asked half-jokingly, "Eldest young master, who is this lowly girl scolding?" Madame Su and General Ouyang were frightened by these words. Han Yuqi was even more frightened. He felt his legs go soft and couldn't kneel. This commoner will apologize to you. This commoner was wrong. Wrong. Han Yuqi was so frightened that his words were incoherent. If Han Yunqi became the hero who saved the crown prince, then she would no longer be a princess consort in name. At least, the imperial family recognized her. Like this, with the status of a commoner in the Han family, if they disrespected her, it would be a serious crime. Thinking of his previous actions, Han Yuqi's intestines turned green with regret. He suddenly gave himself a slap. Esteemed princess consort, this commoner's mouth is cheap. This commoner will punish himself. Seeing this, Madame Su was shocked and covered her mouth in disbelief. Her precious son. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi coldly looked at him. She didn't move and didn't react. Han Yuqi could only force himself to slap himself again. Of course, his movements weren't big. He was afraid of pain. However, after the second slap, Han Yunqi was still indifferent, looking at him with an expressionless face. What to do? Should he continue to slap himself? No, he was afraid of pain. Han Yuqi was helpless and could only look at his mother for help. Madame Su saw those 2 slaps and her heart ached. She wanted to explode, but she didn't dare. She hurriedly bowed and persuaded. Esteemed princess consort, he's still your blood-related younger brother. He didn't do it on purpose and didn't really disrespect you. Teach him a lesson and he won't dare to do it again. At this time, Han Yunqi finally opened her mouth. Afraid of pain? Yes, his face is swollen. This lesson is enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Madame Su hurriedly said. Is that so? Han Yunqi leaned over and calmly lifted Han Yuqi's chin. Han Yuqi was incomparably nervous and didn't dare to move. Han Yunqi seriously lifted his face and looked left and right. It was all white and clean, even more delicate than a woman's. There wasn't a single scar. If this was considered painful, then what were the wounds on her arms from the whip when she was young? Then what about the bloody scars on Han Yunqi's back? Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with anger as she said coldly, "Whether or not his face is swollen isn't up to you to say." So speaking, she viciously shook off Han Yuqi's chin and said coldly, "Little Qin Xiang beat him for this Wang Fei." "No," Madame Su exclaimed. Her tone suddenly turned fierce. "Yunqi, he's your blood-related younger brother. You two were born of the same father. You can't be so heartless." Han Yunqi laughed coldly. "The one lying in the room is also his blood-related younger brother, born of the same father. How can he be so heartless?" Of course, Madame Su knew what her own son had done. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. "Yunqi, this stinking brat doesn't know any better. Could it be that you're also following?" Before she could finish, Han Yunqi laughed coldly. What is second madam blaming Yunqi for not knowing any better? Second madam? Madam Su gave a start. For a moment, she didn't realize that Han Yunqi was referring to her. Yes, she wasn't the official wife, but Han Kongan had married her in accordance with the rights of an official wife. Since the first day she entered the house, everyone had called her Madam Su. Today was the first time she'd heard the words second madam. These words represented a concubine. Han Yunqi was humiliating her. Madam Su's hands clenched into claws inside her sleeves. What a Han Yunqi! She'd already coaxed her with kind words. But what else did she want? If Han Yunqi didn't have Yuqi's weakness in her hands, she wouldn't have spoken so humbly. Madam Su took a deep breath, doing her best to ignore Han Yunqi's words. She did her best to calm herself down. A wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him, so she endured. No, how could I mean that? Yunqi, you're the eldest sister. You've been more sensible since you were young. Han Yunqi smiled coldly. Second madam's meaning is that you're still blaming me for not being sensible. Madam Su was once again at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say, but nudged official Ouyang beside her with her elbow. Esteemed Wang Fei, official Ouyang was about to coax her when Han Yunqi raised a hand to stop him. Official Ouyang! Just then you said that offending one's superiors would result in 50 beatings. You weren't lying to this Wang Fei, were you? Official Ouyang gave a start. Seeing Han Yunqi so serious, he was afraid to take the blame and quickly shook his head. I don't dare. It really is 50 beatings. Just then, Han Yunqi cursed this Wang Fei as a lowly girl. That counts as offending one's superiors, right? Han Yunqi asked again. Official Ouyang could only nod. It counts. Since it counts, then shouldn't he be flogged 100 times for offending one's superiors twice? Han Yunqi suddenly said sternly. As soon as these words came out, Han Yunqi's entire body was paralyzed. His body was weak and his mind was blank. Madam Su was so scared that her face turned white. She coldly looked at official Ouyang, her eyes full of warning. But so what if she gave a warning? Official Ouyang didn't dare to offend Han Yunqi. He could only avoid her gaze. Official Ouyang, take him out for me. Carry out the punishment. Han Yunqi didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. 100 beatings with a cane could kill someone. Compared to beatings with a cane, what was a slap? They only had 2 paths. Either they were beaten or they were flogged 100 times. Beat. Madam Su didn't have a choice. She suddenly stood up and anxiously said, Esteemed Wang Fei, this stinky brat deserves to be beaten. Taking advantage of the fact that Han Yunqi hadn't insisted on flogging, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed little Qin Xiang's hand. Miss, you beat. Little Qin Xiang loathed this pair of mother and son. She fiercely shook off her hand and calmly said, Miss, my hand is small, while eldest young master's skin is thick. Perhaps my hand will swell before eldest young master's face does. Han Yunqi secretly laughed. So this little Qin Xiang had a poisonous tongue as well. Hearing that little Qin Xiang wasn't going to beat him, Han Yunqi seemed to be scared witless. He sat paralyzed on the ground without moving. The darkness in Madame Su's eyes couldn't be dispelled. A trace of calculation flashed past her eyes before they turned red and she started crying. Yunqi, just let your little brother go. I'm begging you, beg? Pretending to be pitiful? A cold smile rose to Han Yunqi's lips as she looked towards 7th Madam, Helian Zuixiang, who was still unconscious on the side. If begging worked, then this pitiful mother wouldn't be threatened with a body search. If begging was useful, she wouldn't have suffered so much growing up. Han Yunqi fiercely shook off Madame Su's hand, showing no mercy. Official Ouyang, take him away from me. No, don't. Madame Su shouted, blocking official Ouyang. I'll hit him myself. Yunqi, I'll teach him a lesson myself. As she spoke, she was afraid that Han Yunqi wouldn't give her another chance. Without hesitation, she ruthlessly slapped Han Yunqi across the face. Pah! What a resounding slap. This time Han Yunqi woke up. He subconsciously covered his face and was about to dodge when Madame Su said coldly, "Someone come, detain him for me." The surrounding servants were all stunned. Hearing Madame Su shout, two of them stepped forward to detain Han Yunqi. "Mother!" As soon as Han Yunqi spoke, Madame Su slapped him again. "Pa!" This clear and bright sound made the surrounding manservants tremble in fear. Official Ouyang didn't dare to look and turned his head away. These two slaps left red palm marks on Han Yunqi's cheeks, making them slightly swollen. Madame Su's hand hurt, but her heart hurt even more. She treasured this son so much. Forget about herself. She wouldn't even allow Han Kongan to hit her son. But today, she was going to do it herself. Madame Su's hand trembled as her heart shattered. Han Yunqi only felt his cheeks burning. It hurt so much that he didn't even dare to touch them. This should be enough, right? "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's swollen, completely swollen," Madame Su said in a choked voice. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap Han Yunqi. It really was a bit swollen, but compared to the injuries on Ear's back, it paled in comparison. 2 slaps were worth 100 beatings. Wasn't Madame Su too good at calculating accounts? Han Yunqi glanced at her and said coldly, "This Wang Fei said just then, whether it's swollen or not isn't up to you to decide." What? Han Yunqi was about to cry at these words. Madame Su had long cried, but she didn't dare to argue. She could only grit her teeth and continue. 1 slap from the left, 1 from the right, 1 after another. Pa, pa, pa. The sounds rose and fell one after another, fierce and intense. Madame Su's hand hurt and Han Yunqi's face hurt. The mother and son cried together, but Han Yunqi still didn't call for them to stop. In the end, all the surrounding servants didn't dare to watch, their hearts filled with fear. This eldest young miss, no, to be exact, Qin Wang Fei was really not to be trifled with. They had all misjudged her. Chapter 84. Helian Zuexiang, who had fainted on the side, had also woken up at some point. She was dumbstruck as she watched Lady Su hit her son. Only when she saw official Ouyang did she understand. Finally, Lady Su's hand lost strength and Han Yunqi's face was swollen like a pig's. Lady Su fell to her knees. "Esteemed Wang Fei, look, it's swollen. It's really swollen. Raise your head and look," Han Yunqi said coldly. No matter how much pain Han Yunqi was in, it still hurt. He quickly raised his head and saw the big red pig's head. Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. But of course, she held it in. "And it can be considered swollen," she said mildly. Hearing this, Lady Su and Han Yunqi both fell back into their seats, finally letting out a sigh of relief. But who knew that Han Yunqi would continue? The crime of offending one's superior can be forgiven, but the crime of threatening this Wang Fei— She didn't finish her sentence and looked at official Ouyang. What? He was already beaten to this state, and she still wanted to continue questioning him? And she was asking about the crime of threatening. Official Ouyang didn't expect this, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't think this woman would be so difficult to deal with. Lady Su and Han Yunqi were both stunned and didn't recover. How could this be? What did Han Yunqi want to do? For a moment, the entire courtyard was silent. All the servants were so scared that they held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Everyone had just heard official Ouyang say that threatening Qin Wang Fei was a capital offense. Official Ouyang! Eldest young Master Han brought so many page boys to threaten this Wang Fei, and even tried to steal my things. He's already posed a threat to the safety of this Wang Fei's ginseng. According to the law, how should this be judged? Han Yunqi asked seriously. When these words came out, the surrounding servants all fell to their knees. It's over, it's over. They were also going to suffer a calamity. And at this time the courtyard was already surrounded by people who had heard the news and rushed over. Almost all the servants had come, and third Madame Li and her daughter Han Brasha were hiding among them. Madame Li was around 30 years old. She maintained herself very well and did not lose out to a young woman's beauty. She even had more charm than a young woman. Her daughter, Han Ruoxue, looked very similar to her. Her pair of big, watery eyes were especially moving. They didn't say much and just watched silently. Compared to Madame Su and her son, Madame Li and her daughter were much calmer. In the silent courtyard, official Ouyang was in a difficult position. Esteemed Wang Fei, this. Before he could finish, Lady Su suddenly cried out and burst into tears. Yunqi, do you really have to be so heartless? Yunqi is the Han family's eldest son. He's their heir and hope. Your father is already like that. Don't tell me you still want to destroy the last hope of the Han family? I beg you, spare him this time. Madame Su could only pretend to be pitiful. She kept wiping her tears, no longer caring about her image. Han Yuqi started crying as well, imploring, Big sis, I'll do anything you want. Just spare me this time. I won't dare next time. It had to be said that this scene caused Madame Su and her sons, standing in the hearts of the Han family, to plummet. Han Yunqi had undoubtedly established her prestige. Even Madame Su and her son were begging her like this. In the future, who in the Han family would dare to look down on her and not fear her? Han Yunqi smiled coldly in her heart. She was just waiting for Han Yuqi to say those words. She was only trying to scare mother and son. So why would she really bring the matter to the justice courts and sentence Han Yuqi to death for his crimes? If she really did, wouldn't she become a heartless and ruthless woman in everyone's eyes who didn't care about brotherly affection? Moreover, Han Kongan was already crippled. The Han family needed someone to support it. She was just a married daughter. No matter how much power she had, she was still an outsider. Madame Su's backing was the strongest. With her here, at least the relatives wouldn't covet the Han family's property. Seventh Madame's branch was still too weak. For the time being, they weren't able to support the Han family with its internal and external troubles. Han Yunqi scrutinized Han Yuqi. After a long time, she said coldly, Fine. For father's sake, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. Hearing this, Madame Su and her son felt as if they had been pardoned. Madame Su's heart, which had been hanging high in the air, finally calmed down. As for Han Yuqi, this outwardly strong but inwardly weak thing, he almost fainted from fright. Fortunately, his mother caught him in time and stealthily pinched his waist, waking him up. It was already embarrassing enough. If he fainted from fright at this time, how could he raise his head in the Han family in the future? Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's mercy. Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's mercy. Madame Su expressed her thanks again and again, but when she lowered her head, a trace of hatred flashed past her eyes. She was such a pampered, proud, and arrogant person. She was the mistress of this household, but for the sake of her son's life, she had no choice but to lower her voice and beg Han Yunqi in public. How could she not hate her? This wild girl with no mother to raise her. Did she really think she was a phoenix just because she'd flown up to a branch? Don't think that the Empress Dowager, an empress, would let her go just because she saved the crown prince's life. Don't think that grand concubine would acknowledge her just because she entered the Duke of Qin's gates. Don't think that just because she was Qin Wang Fei, she had the right to come back and manage the Han family's affairs. This time, she and Yuqi had endured and suffered a loss. As long as she didn't have any evidence to use against them, what could she do to them? If they couldn't escape punishment, then so be it. As long as they didn't die, they would only suffer some physical pain. What could Han Yunqi do to Yuqi? The Han family's affairs were still up to her, the wife, and the eldest son, Yuqi, to decide. If Han Yunqi wanted to take a single cent from the Han family, she could forget about it. If she wanted to protect 7th Madame's branch, There was no way. Unable to answer, official Ouyang finally had a way out. He quickly flattered. Esteemed Wang Fei's magnanimity is the Han family's fortune. Han Yunqi smiled. Then what does official Ouyang think the punishment should be? This, Lady Su and Han Yunqi both looked over. Official Ouyang was a man who wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. He dearly wanted to say that since his face was swollen from the slaps, he should be lenient with his punishment. But seeing Han Yunqi's fake smile, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only laugh awkwardly. Of course, I'll listen to esteemed Wang Fei. At these words, Lady Su and her son's gazes were filled with resentment. Little Qin Xiang, what do you think? Han Yunqi asked lazily. Mistress, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment should be 100 beatings. Little Qin Xiang answered casually, as if she was talking about the weather. At these words, Han Yunqi's eyes widened. Lady Su held back her anger. Cold, she said. This little girl really knows how to joke. How is it a joke? I think it's a good idea. Han Yunqi said casually, as if she was also talking about the weather. At this moment, everyone's faces were completely pale. Even Lady Su's face was completely dark. She couldn't hold it in any more. Official Ouyang couldn't hold it in any more. He hurriedly advised, Esteemed Wang Fei, 100 beatings will kill someone. They've already been beaten. In this official's opinion, this punishment should be lighter. Of course, Han Yunqi knew that 100 beatings would kill someone. She was just scaring Lady Su. After all, it wasn't easy to see the face of the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's family turn pale. She grew up being bullied and oppressed, scolded every 3 days, beaten every 5 days, and whipped several times with bamboo whips until her arms were covered in skin. All of this was mostly due to Lady Su. How could she not know Lady Su's temper? This woman, no matter if she was gently persuading or crying and begging, her heart was vicious. It was like a viper was hiding, waiting for an opportunity to bite back. And the only one who could restrain her was undoubtedly her precious son. Han Yunqi glanced at Lady Su with a pensive expression. Lenient punishment, eh? Well, seeing this, everyone became nervous. Lady Su hurriedly gave official Ouyang a look. Official Ouyang hesitated for a moment, then cautiously advised, Esteemed Wang Fei, why don't we follow the Han family's rules? The Han family's rules were quite strict, but no matter which one it was lighter than 100 beatings. Han Yunqi had been served by the family's rules since she was young. There were more than 100 rules, and she knew them all. It seemed like official Ouyang and Lady Su still had hope. Soon, she made them despair. Coldly, she said, This Wang Fei is now punishing him for the crime of threatening. Official Ouyang, are you mistaken? Official Ouyang's heart jumped. Then he suddenly understood. It seemed that Han Yunqi couldn't escape this calamity. Lady Su didn't give up and still wanted to persuade. But Han Yunqi said coldly, 50 beatings. Whoever else pleads for mercy for him, beat them together. When these words came out, the crowd was silent. Lady Su looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief. She didn't think that this lowly girl would dare to be serious. 50 beatings. Even if he wasn't crippled, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month or 2. At this critical juncture fighting for the family head position, as the eldest young master, Han Yunqi couldn't even get out of bed. How could he compete with 3rd Inyang and 7th Inyang? Wasn't this deliberately making the eldest young master fall out early? Lady Su tightly clenched her fists. She was about to explode, but who knew that Han Yunqi couldn't hold back first? He suddenly rushed in front of Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi, don't be so shameless. This young master has had enough. This young master is telling you, today if you dare to... Before he could finish, official Ouyang quickly went forward to pull him back. Eldest young master, don't be rude. Han Yunqi suddenly broke free and wanted to continue scolding. Official Ouyang quickly went over and reminded in a low voice, Lady Su, you can't. If this continues, things will get out of hand. You have to know, eldest young master offended the Wangfei first, regardless of the Wangfei's position in the Wangfu. Ai, she is still the face of the Duke of Qin's household. If things get out of hand, even Minister Shangshu might not. Official Ouyang didn't continue, but Lady Su understood this. She was very unwilling, but she had no choice but to pull her son back. Yuqi, have you been beaten senseless? Why don't you? Han Yuqi was used to bullying others. Today he was bullied so miserably. How could he calm down? He angrily said to Lady Su, Mother, what are you afraid of her for? Didn't you say that even if she's the Wangfei, she can't do whatever she wants to us? We still have grandfather's support. Grandfather isn't someone to be trifled with. Of course, Lady Su had said this before. She had even said something even more outrageous. However, she couldn't say it in front of Han Yunqi. She had no choice but to pinch Han Yuqi's arm to make him shut up. Enough! If you continue to speak nonsense and go crazy, you can get out of the Han family. Lady Su could only warn him like this. Han Yuqi was still most afraid of this mother. Hearing this, he could only bitterly remain silent. Chapter 85. Han Yunqi listened to Han Yuqi's words from the side, but wasn't surprised. Lady Su had said the same thing to the bridal sedan chair on the day of her wedding. Moreover, her words were even uglier and more arrogant. She'd said that she, Han Yunqi, wouldn't be a phoenix even if she flew to a branch. A lowly girl would always be a lowly girl. She'd said that she, Han Yunqi, was marrying the Duke of Qin like a toad wanting to eat emu meat. If it was anyone else, they'd have slammed their heads against the wall and died long ago. Only her skin was 3 feet thick enough to get on the bridal sedan chair. Although it was Grand Concubine Yi who told the wedding nanny to go the wrong way that day, Lady Su had her own ways as well. Whether it was her wedding dress, makeup, or jewelry, everything had been tampered with. She'd even docked her dowry and made her bring a chest full of her little sister's old clothes. Han Yunqi knew all of this. Today, she was avenging little Yi and herself. Seeing Han Yunqi stop moving, Han Yunqi ordered cold. Someone come, drag the eldest young master out and beat him viciously. Although she'd only brought little Qin Xiang with her, none of the Han family's page boys dared to slight her. They quickly went to prepare and drag Han Yunqi out. Let me go, let me go! Qin Wangfei, I'm begging you, spare me. Spare me. I won't dare again, I won't dare again. No matter how Han Yunqi begged, Han Yunqi remained indifferent. Since she'd made a big fuss today, she might as well make a bigger one. Everyone in the Han family would see clearly that a married daughter like her wasn't to be trifled with. As soon as Han Yunqi was taken out, the people outside all parted to form a path, surrounding the left and right sides. How could Han Yunqi rest peacefully on the bench? He wanted to get off immediately, but Han Yunqi said coldly, "Tie him to the bench for me. Be taught." Yes, yes. The page boy's teeth were chattering, but he had no choice but to obey. Madame Su chased after them. She had to lean on the wall to steady herself. She didn't even dare to look at her son. She glared at Han Yunqi with hatred in her eyes. She couldn't wait for this woman to die. Han Yunqi, you better not fall into this madame's hands one day. Otherwise, this madame will definitely tear you to pieces. Very quickly, Han Yunqi was tied tightly to the stool. 2 manservants, one on the left and one on the right, held large boards. 50 times, not one less. Beat him, Han Yunqi ordered coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, "Pa!" a plank was struck down. Just by hearing the sound, one could tell that he didn't use much strength. "Stop!" Han Yunqi coldly looked at the manservant. "What, are you hungry? Why don't I let you eat a few paddles as well?" The manservant was frightened. Without waiting for Han Yunqi to say anything, he immediately slapped Han Yunqi's but with the board. Pa! It was a resounding slap. At the same time, Han Yunqi also cried out, "Ah!" Learning from the previous example, the other manservant didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately followed up with a plank. Ah! Han Yuqi's cries were incomparably miserable. 50 paddles, one after another. Every hit was very heavy. Seeing this, everyone's hearts also pounded heavily. Madame Su covered her mouth and supported herself against the wall. She didn't dare to look. In the quiet courtyard, other than the sound of the paddles, there was only Han Yuqi's miserable cries. It really was like a pig being slaughtered. Finally, the 50 paddles were all finished. The 2 manservants' hands were numb. Han Yuqi's but was simply a bloody mess. It was a shocking sight. He had already fainted. Madame Su rushed over. Seeing this, she was so distressed that she almost fainted. She hurriedly shouted, "Doctor! Someone come! Call a doctor!" How could she still care about the storeroom key in Han Yunqi's hand? She ordered people to send the eldest young master back to his room while she urged the doctor. Her entire person seemed to have gone crazy. Seeing this, all the servants were dumbfounded. They had never seen Madame Su so out of her wits. After Madame Su and the eldest young master left, Han Yunqi looked at the surrounding crowd. With this look, everyone immediately lowered their heads and consciously retreated. Third Yin and Second Miss were hiding behind a big tree. They didn't show themselves, nor did they leave. Third Yin and her daughter heard that Han Yunqi had the storeroom key in her hand and rushed over. Who knew that they would run into the scene of Han Yunqi severely punishing the eldest young master. Madame Su relied on her maternal family's power to act tyrannically for so many years. Someone should have come out long ago to teach her a lesson. However, they never thought that it would be Han Yunqi who would come out. One had to know that even though Han Yunqi was a legitimate eldest miss, she had always been timid and afraid of getting into trouble. She was a person who tolerated and retreated silently. Moreover, even if she became Qin Wangfei, she would only be a decoration. Second Miss Han Ruoxue looked at Han Yunqi's face from afar, and a trace of jealousy flashed through her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Mother, her face has really recovered." Han Ruoxue was the Han family's most beautiful daughter. However, now that the poisonous scar on Han Yunqi's face was gone, her face directly surpassed Han Ruoxue's. On the day of the wedding, many people in the Han family had seen Han Yunqi's beauty, and the servants had been talking about it for a long time. Han Ruoxue had never seen it, so she didn't believe it. However, now that she saw the real person, even she had to admit it. The rumors outside say that she knows how to detoxify and save the young general. In my opinion, it might be true. "Madam," Li said, faintly with a shadow in her eyes. "If it wasn't true, why would the Supreme Court's official Ouyang be so afraid of her? What right did she have to arrogantly return to her maternal family with the identity of a Wangfei?" When these words came out, Han Ruoxue's expression also became complicated. However, she quickly recovered and smiled. "Mother, do you think she came back to fight for the storeroom?" "Madam," Li snorted, "she's a married daughter. Even if she becomes the empress, she still doesn't have the right." Although Madame Li gave birth to a daughter, she spent a lot of effort to raise her. When it came to medical skills, she was considered the best in the Han family's generation. She had always been looking for a good candidate for her daughter to marry into the family. This way, Han Ruoxue would have the right to inherit the position of head of the household. Then why is the storeroom key in her hands? I'm sure she stole it from father's hands. She has this thought. Han Ruoxue said hatefully. Madame Li's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She looked at Han Yunqi for a long time before saying, "Shue, you haven't visited Miss Mu in a long time, right?" Han Ruoxue nodded. Although Han Ruoxue and Mu Liuyue's relationship wasn't as close as Mu Luiyue and Princess Changping's, they could still be considered good sisters. Han Ruoxue would always give Mu Luiyue some rare trinkets, making Mu Luiyue very happy every time. Of course, this was all taught to her by Madame Li. Madame Li said that getting close to Mu Luiyue was the same as getting close to Princess Chongping. With Princess Chongping as her backing, she was much stronger than Madame Su, the Minister of Personnel. Ever since Han Yunqi married into the Duke of Qin's household, Han Ruoxue didn't dare to look for Mu Luiyue. She was afraid that if Mu Luiyue got angry, she'd be implicated. After all, she was Han Yunqi's younger sister. Regarding the matter of the general's household and the crown prince's strange illness, I think you should go check on Mu Luiyue, Madame Li said lightly. I'll do my best, Han Ruoxue replied seriously. Seeing that her mother was about to leave, she hurriedly stopped her. Mother, are we just going to let her go like this? Even if father gave her the key, it's still unreasonable. After all, she's married off. Let's go get it back. Madame Li stopped, her cold gaze slowly moving from Han Ruoxue's hand to Han Ruoxue's face. Seeing this, Han Ruoxue resentfully let go, knowing that her mother was angry. Madame Su isn't worried, so why are you? Even if someone wants to take revenge, it shouldn't be us. Madame Li's tone was cold and strict. Ever since she was young, her mother had always been this cold. Han Ruoxue was already used to it. She lowered her head. Yes, daughter understands. Madame Su's backing was strong, and this time, Han Yunqi beat up Han Yuqi for Han Yuni. With Madame Su's personality, how could she let the seventh branch off so easily? How could she not go against Han Yunqi? If seventh Madame Helian Zuexiang was said to be patient, then Madame Li was the most low-key person. She was always sober and leisurely as a bystander, waiting for the fishermen to reap the benefits. Madame Li and her daughter left silently. Han Yunqi had already helped seventh Madame into the room. Yi was still unconscious. Han Yunqi touched his forehead to make sure that he didn't have a fever because of the wound infection. Only then did she relax. Qin Wangfei, today, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known. Seventh Madame looked at her son, lying quietly on the bed, then looked at Han Yunqi. She was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Han Yunqi looked at seventh Madame and felt helpless. How could such a weak and patient mother protect her? She was afraid that this child would be the one to protect his mother. This time, she showed the storehouse key and taught Han Yunqi a lesson. Madame Su wouldn't dare to touch the mother and daughter, at least for a short period of time. However, that was only temporary and not a long-term plan. The Han family's new head must be supported as soon as possible. Even if Yi was young, with the status of head of the family, those people wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, she had a bet with Mu Luiyue first, and didn't have time to fight a battle of wits and courage with these people. If it was Han Kongen's idea, Han Kongen was already locked up. Madame Su and Madame Li probably wouldn't agree. Han Yunqi indicated that seventh Madame didn't need to say more, and sat down first. She pondered for a moment and said, Little Qinxiang, stay here and take care of Master Gu. Yes, mistress, don't worry. With this servant here, I definitely won't let anyone bully seventh young master. Little Qinxiang immediately accepted the order. This girl was getting smarter. Hearing this, seventh Madame was overjoyed and hurriedly got up to kneel in thanks. Many thanks, Princess Consort. Yi is able to receive Princess Consort's care. It's his good fortune from 3 lifetimes. Han Yunqi personally supported her and earnestly said, Seventh Madame, take good care of Yi. Sometimes when it's time to be tough, you have to be tough. That Madame Su isn't the official wife. Although Han Yunqi is the eldest young master, he's also a concubine's son like Yi. There's nothing to be afraid of. In the future, little Qinxiang will live here. If there's anything, just tell her, understand? Seventh Madame was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She nodded repeatedly, her tears almost falling down in bunches. Han Yunqi gave little Qinxiang a few more instructions before leaving. Seeing that the sky was almost dark, she still hadn't finished today's business. The manservant who had been guarding the door was still waiting outside the courtyard, not daring to leave. Seeing Han Yunqi come out, he hurriedly came forward to flatter her. "Princess Consort, this humble one has been waiting for you." This manservant could be considered quick-witted. Han Yunchi nodded. "Lead the way." This time, she had indeed come for the storehouse. However, she didn't want to obtain the things in the storehouse. Instead, she wanted to check if the storehouse had the 3 snake poisons she was looking for. Under the manservant's guidance, Han Yunchi quickly arrived at the Han family storehouse. Chapter 86. The Han family storehouse was located behind the 1,000 herb garden where Han Kongan lived. It was a secret underground storehouse, and the entrance was guarded by specialized storehouse guards. These guards were not manservants, but all of them knew martial arts. Even if Han Kongan was imprisoned, they would still guard this place and wait for the next family head to appear. The storehouse was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to casually approach it. The manservant stopped from afar and said, "Princess Consort, please go ahead. This lowly one will wait for you here." Han Yunchi walked over, and a guard immediately came forward to stop her. "Who are you? How dare you approach the storehouse without permission?" "Daughter Han Yunchi," Han Yunchi replied coldly. The guard took a closer look and finally recognized Han Yunchi. However, he still did not give her any face. "Since you are the eldest miss, you should know the rules of the Han family." Han Yunchi calmly took out the storehouse key. Seeing the storehouse key is equivalent to seeing the family head. You should be clear about this. Seeing this, the guard was shocked, and several other guards also came over. They recognized that it was indeed the storehouse key. Indeed, seeing the storehouse key was equivalent to seeing the family head. As servants, they had no right to question Han Yunchi about how she got the key. They could only respectfully let her in. Han Yunchi walked over confidently. Since she was young, she had heard that the Han family storehouse was very big. However, she only knew how big it was when she personally walked in. Using the key to open the storehouse door, she found that it was divided into 2 storehouses. On the left was the money storehouse. It stored gold ingots and silver ingots. It was the Han family's reserve money and would never be used unless it was absolutely necessary. On the right was the medicine storehouse. Han Yunchi had just reached the door when the strong smell of medicinal herbs hit her face. This familiar smell made her feel much better. This medicine storehouse was like a small library. Towering medicine shelves stood in great numbers. On the side of each shelf, there was a classification of medicinal herbs. The names of the herbs were written in front of the drawers on the shelves. The classification was clear and detailed, making it easy to find. Soon, Han Yunchi found the category of poisons. The Han family was not a poison sect, but a medical family. The poisons here were not real poisons, but poisonous herbs that could be used as medicine. Han Yunchi didn't know if she didn't look for it, but when she did, she was shocked. The Han family's hidden medicine was much better than what Han Yunchi had imagined. Unfortunately, she searched every drawer in the poisons category and even all the secret chambers, but she only found the 7 common snake poisons. She didn't find the other 3 poisons she was looking for. From the looks of it, the 3 snake venoms did not come from the Han family. This lead was broken again. Han Yunchi closed the last drawer and exhaled lightly. At this moment, she caught sight of a study table on the side. On top of the table was a book that was halfway through its pages. Han Yunchi walked over and flipped to the cover. She saw the Han family medical canon written in large letters. So this was where it was. After hesitating for a bit, Han Yunchi put the Han family medical canon into her sleeve. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she said to herself, "It's too early to give it to ear. I'll keep it for now." On the way out of the storehouse, Han Yunchi kept her head down as she pondered. The Han family could be eliminated as a suspect. Now she could only see if Mu Qinggu had found any clues. She really hoped to see Gu Beiwe as soon as possible. With his connections, she wouldn't have to work so hard. Not long after leaving the storehouse, the manservant guarding the door caught up to her. "Princess Consort, are you going back to the palace? This little one will send you out." Han Yunchi looked at him and softly said, "What is your name?" Replying to Princess Consort, "This little one's name is Wang Xiaoxi. I'm the supervisor at the main gate. This little one knows everything that goes in and out of the palace." Wang Xiaoxi quickly replied. Han Yunchi was worried that she didn't have anyone she could use. She didn't expect that such a useful person would take the initiative to send her. She said in a low voice, "Take care of 7th Madam's room. Do you understand?" As she said this, she threw a silver ingot over. "Go drink wine with your brothers. This princess knows the way to the Han family." Wang Xiaoxi was a smart person. Taking the silver ingot, he was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked her. "Many thanks for Princess Consort's praise. This little one is willing to be a dog or horse for Princess Consort." Han Yunchi walked away, but Wang Xiaoxi was still standing there, immersed in joy. After being a gatekeeper for so many years, he finally had a chance to be promoted. How could he not be happy? Not to mention Qin Wangfei's noble status. She had the storehouse key in her hands. In the future, wouldn't she be able to make whoever she wanted be the head of the household? In the struggles of large families, it was important for a small character like him to choose a side. As long as he followed Qin Wangfei, he would definitely not choose the wrong side in the struggle for the position of the head of the household. After choosing a side, he naturally had to rope in some brothers to work for 7th Madam. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoxi happily put away the silver ingot and hurriedly left. At this time, Madame Li walked out from the flower bushes. She looked at the entrance of the storehouse not far away and then looked at Wang Xiaoxi's back. Her lips curled into a contemptuous smile. The struggle for the position of the head of the Han family was very urgent, but Han Yunchi and Muliue's bet was even more urgent. It was only a month's time, and almost 10 days had passed. Han Yunchi returned to the estate and waited for 2 days. She assumed that Gu Beiwa would have time to see her by now, but she received tragic news instead. Esteemed Wang Fei, the steward of the Gu estate, said that imperial physician Gu won't leave the palace for a month. As for the details, this one couldn't ask him, the page boy reported. "What?" Han Yunchi exclaimed. The page boy thought she didn't understand and hastened to add, "The steward of the Gu estate said that imperial physician Gu is in the palace and won't be leaving for a month." This one asked why, but the steward said he didn't know. Han Yunchi's face had long turned ghastly white. If imperial physician Gu didn't leave the palace for a month, then Emperor Tianhui's illness must have worsened. The steward might not know such things, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare to say it. "This is bad," Han Yunchi muttered to herself. After some hesitation, she went out to General Mu's estate. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one was just about to report when you showed up." Mu Qingguo was surprised, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. Thank goodness Lu Yiwei had been invited out by a good friend. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble she'd stir up when she saw Qin Wangfei. "Did you find out anything about the matter you wanted to investigate last time?" Han Yunchi asked. Last time, they'd analyzed the 10,000 snake poison's properties and frequency of use. The poisoner was either a member of the Mu family or someone who frequently visited the Mu family. Even if it was a member of the Mu family, someone had to deliver the poison frequently. Mu Qingguo felt helpless. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one has thoroughly investigated." Before Mu Qingguo could finish, Han Yunchi saw the frown between his eyebrows and knew that there were no results. This lead had been cut off. How could this be? Their reasoning wasn't wrong. The 10,000 snake poison had to be used within a day of being concocted. Otherwise, it would have a color and smell. With Mu Qingwu's vigilance, it was impossible for him to not notice it. And to accumulate the poison, it would have to be used once every 2 or 3 days. No matter what, the the poisoner must have a close relationship with the general's estate. However, they'd investigated and interrogated everyone, but they still couldn't find the culprit. Could it be that they'd missed out on some details or overlooked someone? To find the traitor, there were only two ways. One was to continue investigating the suspects in the general's estate, and the other was to find the 3 rare snake poisons. The latter was the goal of Han Yunqi's trip. Han Yunqi took out the prescription list and handed it to Mu Qingguo. Young General, these are the other 3 snake poisons. They're extremely rare snake poisons. Not to mention the average pharmacy, even the majority of medical families may not have them. Perhaps it would be faster to start with these 3 snake poisons. She had held back before, but now that she couldn't find Gubeiwa, she could only pass this lead to Mu Qingguo. At least Mu Qingguo's connections were wider than hers, so there was more hope. Mu Qingguo glanced at the prescription list and hesitated for a moment. But very quickly he raised his head and looked at Han Yunqi with a magnanimous gaze. He asked directly, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you did mention these 3 snake poisons earlier because you were afraid that my father and I would be biased, right?" The sudden question caught Han Yunqi off guard. However, Mu Qingguo had asked the right question. She did have such thoughts. She and Mu Luiwa had made a bet for a month. The loser of the bet had to take off her outer clothes and run 1 round around Xuanwu Avenue. Neither she nor Mu Luiwa could bear the consequences of this. However, this kind of bet only had winners and losers. There was no tie. One of them was bound to lose. If the investigation completely relied on General Mu and the young general, the father and son could drag on and wait until a month later to find the traitor. This way, they wouldn't lose anything. Secondly, Mu Luiwa wouldn't lose. No matter what, Mu Luiwa was still General Mu's only daughter. Of course, she had to hold back and investigate on her own. Who knew that Gubeiwa couldn't leave the palace? Since Mu Qingguo asked like this, Han Yunqi didn't have anything to hide. She revealed a calm smile and openly admitted it. Yes. Who would have thought that the always humble Mu Qingguo would become very serious? His clear eyes stared at Han Yunqi as he seriously said, "Princess Consort, what kind of person do you think I, Mu Qingguo, am?" This, seeing Mu Qingguo's stubborn and open eyes, Han Yunqi suddenly felt like she was measuring a gentleman's belly with her own caution. Still, she didn't think it was wrong to protect herself like this. "Young General, if your little sister loses, will you really be impartial and have her take off her clothes to run 1 round outside?" Han Yunqi seriously asked. Who would have thought that Mu Qingguo would not hesitate at all? "I will." Han Yunqi's heart gave a slight start. She didn't want to believe it, but Mu Qingguo's clear, bright eyes made it impossible for her to doubt him. "A few days ago, Father and I even tried to persuade her to come and apologize so we could forget about the bet. Unfortunately, that girl won't cry until she sees the coffin," Mu Qingguo said mildly. "So, you want to persuade me?" Han Yunqi asked with furrowed brows. "No, everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. Princess Consort, this is a bet between you and Luiwa. Between you and this humble official. There is only the matter of investigating the case. Princess Consort, please be at ease. This humble official will do his best to cooperate," Mu Qingguo said seriously. Looking at Mu Qingguo, Han Yunqi's heart was filled with emotion. No wonder Mu Qingguo was able to control a large military force at such a young age. Despite being born into a noble family, he was so principled and straightforward. It was rare to see someone like him in Tianning's court. Han Yunqi knew that she could set her heart at ease for 100 years. "Young General, I'll believe you. First, find someone to investigate these 3 snake poisons as soon as possible. Secondly, as I see it, anyone who can get close to you should be investigated in secret. No matter their status, that includes your closest relatives," Han Yunqi said seriously. Hearing this, Mu Qingguo was stunned. My closest relatives? Yes, young general. We've overlooked a very important point. The poisoner can borrow the hands of others, but it's very possible that the poisoner hasn't even realized it yet. Han Yunqi said bluntly. Chapter 87. If they were certain that the poisoner had close ties to the general's estate, then they couldn't rule out that possibility. Hearing Han Yunqi's words, Mu Qinggu finally understood. Esteemed Wang Fei's thoughts are truly meticulous. This official understands. Han Yunqi discussed a few more details with Mu Qinggu before leaving the general's estate. Unbeknownst to her, Long Fei had arrived as soon as she'd left. This was Long Fei Ye's second visit to General Mu's estate after discovering that he was a spy in northern Li country. He was dressed in black robes as he sat domineeringly on the main seat in the main hall. His features were cold and indifferent, like a king who ruled over the world. The entire hall was quiet. Only General Mu was standing in the middle of the hall. Soon enough, Mu Qinggu hurried over. As soon as he entered, he gave a standard military salute and said, "This official greets Your Highness, Duke of Qin." Long Fei Yi gestured for him to dispense with the formalities before asking cold, "Did Han Yunqi just leave?" Han Yunqi? It had to be said that General Mu and his son both found it strange to hear those 3 words from His Highness Duke of Qin's lips. In their memories, the Duke of Qin had never called a woman by her name. Of course, it was impossible for him to call Han Yunqi his beloved consort. Like everyone else, he used to call her Qin Wang Fei. Since when had he changed his way of addressing her? Despite their curiosity, neither General Mu nor Mu Qinggu had the guts to ask. In front of His Highness Duke of Qin, they felt even more pressure than Emperor Tianhui. The princess consort just left. This is the new clue she sent over. She sent a new message, Mu Qinggu said as he handed over the list of ingredients he'd just received. These are the 3 snake poisons that esteemed Wang Fei didn't mention before. She said they're extremely rare, so very few people in Cloud Realm continent have them. Long Fei nodded and asked, "Have the results of the investigation into the suspects in the estate come to fruition?" General Mu blushed with shame. "Reporting to Your Highness, there has been no results so far. Expand the scope of the suspects and continue to investigate," Long Fei said as a glint flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "Especially women." Hearing this, General Mu and the young general were both shocked. The Duke of Qin had been ordered by the Emperor to track down the spies of the northern Li Kingdom. So far, all of the spies he had found were women. This meant that Mu Qingwu's poisoning had something to do with this matter. In other words, it was very likely that there were spies from northern Li in the general's mansion. One had to know that the general's residence was a very sensitive place. Many military secrets came from there. Things were getting serious. At this time, how could General Mu still care about protecting Mu Luiwe? He had already forgotten about the bet between Mu Luiwe and Han Yunqi. He made a prompt decision. "Rest assured, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this general will definitely expand the scope of the investigation, regardless of whether they are close or distant." Mu Qinggu had always known that his father would side with Luiwe. Seeing this opportunity, he said seriously, "Father, Qin Wang Fei suspects that the poisoner might have used someone else's hands. In this child's opinion, we can't miss out on the few cousins who frequently visit." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "Of course, Liu's side also needs to be investigated." If this was any other time, General Mu would have angrily rebuked Mu Qinggu for being muddle-headed. How could his blood-related little sister have evil intentions and be so careless? However, under these circumstances, General Mu didn't dare to lose his temper in front of His Highness Duke of Qin. After thinking it over, he looked at the Duke of Qin and said, "Esteemed Wang Fei's words are reasonable." Long Fei Yi looked pensive, then quickly nodded and put away the list of ingredients. "This prince will take care of these 3 snake poisons. As for the rest, you must speed up. Yes, General Mu and his son said in unison, respectfully accepting the order. Long Fei Yi stood up to leave, but when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He didn't turn back, but his voice was as cold as ever. This prince heard that Han Yunqi and eldest Miss Mu made a bet? What? His Highness Duke of Qin actually knew about the bet between Han Yunqi and Mu Luiyue? In order to reduce the impact, General Mu had already issued a gag order. None of the servants who knew of this matter were allowed to spread it around. How did His Highness Duke of Qin know? Reporting to your Highness, this matter is true. My daughter is insensible and daring. This general will definitely teach her a good lesson. General Mu hurriedly explained. No matter what, he would do his best to prevent this from happening. Even if it didn't work, he would force Luiyue to apologize. He couldn't bear the consequences of this kind of lose-lose situation. Your Highness, please don't take it seriously. This general will definitely... Unexpectedly, before General Mu could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi interrupted him. This prince is actually looking forward to the results. As he spoke, he didn't ask any more questions and strode away. His figure quickly disappeared from the courtyard. This General Mu stood rooted to the ground in a daze. After a while, he recovered his wits and slowly turned to look at Mu Qingguo. You just now, did you hear what His Highness Duke of Qin said? Mu Qingguo was also very surprised. He muttered, His Highness said that he's actually looking forward to the results. General Mu's face paled and he panicked. What does that mean? Could it be that His Highness Duke of Qin also wants to see Luiyue take off her outer clothes and run a lap around Xuanwu Street? Thinking up to here, Great General Mu immediately rejected his own thoughts. He was definitely overthinking things. His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't have the leisure to make things difficult for a little girl like Luiyue for no reason at all. Could it be that he wants to see Qin Wangfei take off her outer clothes and run a lap around Xuanwu Street after losing? No. General Mu slapped himself on the head. That's even more impossible. If Qin Wangfei really did run, then she would be slapping His Highness Duke of Qin's face. General Mu was furious. He glared at Mu Qingguo. What is your Highness hoping for? The result of the bet. Mu Qingguo said timidly. Whose result? General Mu asked again. Mu Qingguo had nothing to say. General Mu was both angry and anxious. He turned his head and whipped the air. Mu Luiyue, when will that damned girl stop causing trouble? Since His Highness Duke of Qin had already said so, no matter what he meant, General Mu couldn't let Mu Luiyue apologize or ask Qin Wangfei to take back the bet. When the time came, he really didn't know how to clean up the mess. Mu Qingguo saw that his father was so angry, so he said seriously, Father, Luiyue has grown up. Let her take responsibility for the trouble she caused. The matter of the spy is very important. If it really is a spy from Northern Li and His Majesty blames us, we won't be able to explain ourselves. The situation had already reached this point, so what else could General Mu say? He looked irritably at Mu Qingguo. Immediately draw up a list of names and investigate them one by one. If it really is someone from the Fu, this general won't let them off easily. At this time, Mu Luiyue didn't know that her father was so angry that he wanted to hit her. She was currently meeting with friends at the most famous Heavenly Fragrance tea garden on the outskirts of the capital. Of course, she was concerned about the progress of the case, but her father and brother didn't say anything. However, seeing her father's worried face all day, she could guess that there wasn't much progress in the case. 10 days had already passed, so there were only 18 days left. Based on the current situation, Han Yunqi's fate was more likely than not. Moreover, even if there was any big progress in the next 18 days, she wasn't afraid. In any case, her father and brother were helping with the investigation. She didn't believe that her father and brother wouldn't care about her life or death. No matter what, there would be a way to delay it until a month later. This time, not only did she want Han Yunqi to suffer the consequences of her own actions, she also wanted to use the cruel truth to tell Han Yunqi that having the title of Qin Wangfei in vain wasn't as good as having a good background. Being able to marry into the Duke of Qin's household wasn't something to be proud of. Thinking of this, Mu Luiwei couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, Han Ruoxiue personally walked over with a pot of tea. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "My eldest miss, what are you thinking about? You look so happy. Tell little sister and let me have some fun too." As she spoke, she placed the tea on the table and sat down cross-legged. She propped her chin up with both hands and looked like she was waiting for Mu Luiwei to speak. Mu Luiwei glanced at her and chuckled a few times before calming down. Nothing, what could it be? Han Ruoxiue looked at her ambiguously. "You're smiling so much that flowers are blooming on your face. Could it be that you're thinking of some families?" Before she could finish speaking, Mu Luiwei grabbed the teacup in front of her and was about to throw it over. Han Ruoxiue hurriedly stopped her. All right. I won't ask any more. I'll slap myself." Han Ruoxiue made a show of slapping herself a few times. Before she came, she assumed that this eldest miss would dislike her because of Han Yunqi. She didn't expect her attitude to be the same as before. Still, it made sense. Mu Luiwei had been willing to befriend her not only because she'd given her many generous gifts, but also because she could find out a lot about Han Yunqi from her. Mu Luiwei glanced at her and smiled again. That's more like it. Seeing that Mu Luiwei was in a good mood, Han Ruoxiue mused to herself that she'd made the right appointment today. Come. This servant will brew another pot of good tea as an apology to eldest miss." Han Ruoxiue jokingly imitated a servant's tone. Mu Luiwei arched an eyebrow. "All right, this young miss will wait." So speaking, the two of them burst into laughter. Han Ruoxiue opened up a canister of tea leaves and handed it over. "Smell it. Doesn't it smell good?" The people of Tianing country were addicted to tea, especially those in the capital. Tea houses of all sizes filled the city, while the outskirts were mostly tea houses. People like Mu Luiwei, who were very particular about the way of tea, rarely went to tea houses. The tea leaves and spring water from their own homes were much better than those from other tea houses. If they were in the mood for leisure, or if it wasn't convenient to discuss matters at home, they'd usually meet at a tea house in the outskirts. They'd use freshly picked tea leaves and spring water from the mountains to brew tea that was a level higher in color, fragrance, and taste. Strictly speaking, Mu Luiwei and Han Ruoxiue were tea friends. When the two of them met, they'd always meet at a tea house. Han Ruoxiue had given Mu Luiwei plenty of priceless teas. Mu Luiwei took a light sniff. As the fragrance of the tea entered her nose, she instantly felt refreshed. She closed her eyes to savor the aftertaste as she indicated for Han Ruoxiue to brew the tea. Needless to say, the same tea leaves, water, and teapot could be brewed differently by different people. Han Ruoxiue was an expert in this field, and Mu Luiwei liked to drink the tea she'd personally brewed. However, she didn't know that Han Ruoxiue had learned her way of tea from her mother, Madame Li. Very soon, a cup of light green tea was delivered to Mu Luiwei. Mu Luiwei smelled the tea's fragrance first, then took a small sip before drinking it. After savoring the aftertaste, she praised repeatedly, "Wonderful! Wonderful! I think I should invite Princess Chongping over tomorrow and let her have a taste too." Hearing this, Han Ruoxiue secretly rejoiced. She'd long wanted to use Mu Luiwei to get close to Princess Chongping. Chapter 88. This wasn't the first time Mu Luiwei had brought up Princess Chongping in front of Han Ruoxiue. "Really? You've already promised me so many times," she muttered, feeling wronged. Mu Luiwei smiled. "Didn't I get delayed by matters the last few times? How about this? I'll have Princess Chongping invite you to the Plum Blossom meet in a few days. How about that?" At these words, Han Ruoshua's face lit up with joy. Luiyue, you're not allowed to make me happy. The plum blossom meet was held once every 3 years. A few years ago, it was organized by Princess Chongping to enjoy the plum blossoms and tea. All the participants were women who were personally selected by Princess Chongping before she sent out invitations. Most of the people invited were the daughters of Tianing country's nobles. Once invited, it proved that one had received the approval of Tianing's upper-class circles. Thus, many women yearned for this gathering. Before Han Kongan had been imprisoned, the Han family was considered a big family. Unfortunately, they were now commoners and couldn't be called nobles, so Han Ruoshua had no chance at all. Is it not enough for me to swear? You don't trust me that much? Mu Luiyue said, a crafty glint flashing through her eyes. No need, no need. I'll just trust you. Han Ruoshua was so excited that she didn't suspect Mu Luiyue's sudden invitation at all. Of course, excitement aside, Han Ruoshua didn't forget the purpose of this trip. She joked, actually, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you haven't asked me out for so long that I thought our eldest Miss Mu had forgotten about me. At these words, Mu Luiyue seemed to be in low spirits. She had just picked up her second cup of tea when she put it down again. She gave Han Ruoshua a meaningful look and said coldly, "You still dare to blame me? I was almost tormented to death by that eldest miss of your family during this period of time." Han Ruoshua knew her chance had come. After a moment's hesitation, she said in a low voice, "She's Qin Wangfei now." Mu Luiyue gave a cold snort. So what if she's Qin Wangfei? The Duke of Qin has to acknowledge her. I heard. Han Ruoshua started, then stopped. What did you hear? Mu Luiyue frowned, and her face turned ugly. She hated this kind of hesitation. I heard that she saved your brother. A while ago, the streets and alleys were all talking about how her medical skills are amazing and how she's hiding them. There were even many nobles who went to the gates of the Duke of Qin's residence to seek treatment. Han Ruoshua asked timidly. Mu Luiyue's eyes flashed with displeasure. After all, these things involved the assassination of her brother. Now the murderer had not been found, and the person who poisoned her brother had not been found. Her father had repeatedly told her not to make it public. Besides, Han Yunqi did contribute to these things, but she didn't want to talk about it. However, seeing Han Ruoshua's shocked expression, Mu Luiyue was displeased. Luiyue, is it true? Is Han Yunqi really that powerful? She used to be a good-for-nothing at home. Could it be that she had been pretending all this time? She's a genius? Han Ruoshua's face was full of exaggeration. Seeing that Mu Luiyue was unmoved, she continued, If that's the case, then we really underestimated her. This girl. Before she could finish, Mu Luiyue couldn't take it anymore. She cut her off long and cursed, Genius, my ass! Han Ruoshua hurriedly looked around in a panic. Eldest miss, you don't know how to choose your words. If someone hears you, the main character of tomorrow's rumors in the capital will be you. Mu Luiyue's little face was gloomy. She pursed her lips unhappily. Han Yunqi only knows how to cure poisons. She can't be considered a genius doctor. There are many people in the world who know how to cure poisons. At this point, Mu Luiyue was still unwilling to give up. She added, What can she do to cure poisons? As long as there's an antidote, anyone can cure poisons, okay? However, Han Ruoshua was shocked. So your brother was poisoned. Didn't you say he was stabbed? There's poison on the assassin's sword. Mu Luiyue said again. So it's like that. But why are there rumors saying that she was locked up in the heavenly prison? Then she was released, and the Supreme Court Chancellor changed. What's going on? Han Ruoshua questioned closely. Seeing the hesitation in Mu Luiyue's eyes, she knew that there must be a secret. Thus she added, I also heard from a few sisters that Duke Qin was biased towards her. They said that Duke Qin didn't ask who was in the wrong and personally went to the heavenly prison to get her out. Duke Qin was biased towards her. When Han Ruoxue said this, Mu Luiwe slammed the table heavily. Nonsense. Han Yunqi doesn't deserve it. Han Ruoxue looked at her in astonishment, her eyes revealing a look of suspicion. Mu Luiwe didn't like this kind of gaze. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Here, I'll tell you a secret. You mustn't spread it out. Otherwise, don't come and see me in the future." Han Ruoxue hurriedly nodded. "Luiwe, it's not like you don't know. From what I've heard, it's only in and not out." Mu Luiwe hesitated for a moment before nodding. She lowered her voice and said, "Actually, my brother was poisoned with 2 types of poison." "What?" Han Ruoxue exclaimed. She was indeed very surprised. "Shoo!" Mu Luiwe glared fiercely at her. Han Ruoxue hurriedly covered her mouth, indicating that she didn't dare to say any more. Mu Luiwe then continued, "The first type was cured by Han Yunqi. Afterwards, my brother had a relapse and his high fever didn't stop. Han Yunqi was then convicted. Who knew that the second type of poison was the one that had been dormant for many years? She just happened to know how to cure it, so she cured it and was not convicted." As Mu Luiwe spoke, she deliberately lied in order to slander Han Yunqi. Actually, she just happened to know how to cure those 2 types of poison. From the beginning to the end, Duke of Qin didn't appear. Duke of Qin doesn't care about her life or death. Don't listen to the rumors outside. A complicated look flashed across Han Ruoxue's eyes. Of course, she knew that Mu Luiwe wasn't speaking the truth. However, the fact that Han Yunqi saved the young general probably couldn't be faked. So that's how it is. Haha, I didn't expect her to know how to cure poisons, Han Ruoxue muttered. Mu Luiwe was very uncomfortable when she heard this. She felt that Han Ruoxue seemed to be looking at Han Yunqi in a different light. A scheming look flashed across her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Ruoxue, there's one more thing that I'll only tell you. You must keep it a secret." "Of course, don't worry." Seeing Mu Luiwe's secretive look, Han Ruoxue was very nervous. She originally came to ask about the young general and didn't expect to find out more. If she had known earlier, she would have invited Mu Luiwe for tea. Mu Luiwe lowered her voice, especially low. "Ruoxue, your father's imprisonment actually has something to do with Han Yunqi." The moment she said this, Han Ruoxue was shocked. She stared at Mu Luiwe with wide eyes. "What are you looking at? Are you dumb?" Mu Luiwe waved her hand in front of her and pulled her closer. She continued, "I also heard about this when I entered the palace a few days ago. Although I don't know if it's true or not, it's better for you to be careful." "What exactly happened?" Han Ruoxue panicked. "I heard that the crown prince's illness was treated by Han Yunqi with the help of Imperial physician Gu. Han Yunqi even completely denied your father's diagnosis," Mu Luiwe said. "The emperor announced to the world about the crown prince's illness. He only said that Han Kongen had misdiagnosed the crown prince and that he had been ill for a long time. As for the truth, no one was very clear. However, what kind of person was Mu Luiwe? She already knew the truth. Of course, she wouldn't tell Han Ruoxue the truth. She would only add fuel to the fire and ruin Han Yunqi's reputation." Seeing that Han Ruoxue was in a daze, Mu Luiwe lowered her voice. "Han Yunqi is up to no good." Han Ruoxue had always wanted to find a husband to marry into the Han family and become the next head of the Han family. With her instigation, Han Ruoxue would hate Han Yunqi to death. "So you're saying that she was the one who harmed father?" Han Ruoxue said angrily. Only then did Mu Luiwe return to her seat. She personally poured a cup of tea for Han Ruoxue. She didn't continue speaking and only nodded her head. "Great. No wonder she won't let us visit father. No wonder the key to the Han family's storeroom is in her hands. She's a married daughter. Does she still want to come back and fight for the family's inheritance?" Han Ruoshua couldn't remain calm. She was panting with anger. How could she have the leisure to drink tea? She had to immediately go back and tell her mother about this. Luiwe, this is a serious matter. I have to go back. Han Ruoshua stood up and said seriously. Mu Luiwe had already achieved her goal. She nodded her head and reminded her in a low voice, You must not betray me. Don't worry. I'll go first. Han Ruoshua left in a hurry and forgot about the tea leaves on the side. These tea leaves were carefully selected by her mother. Every time she drank tea with Mu Luiwe, she would give her a jar. After successfully instigating discord, Mu Luiwe's mood improved greatly. She didn't care about the tea leaves. She drank a few more cups of tea before lazily getting up. She wanted to soak in the tea-hot spring and relax. She thought that the Han family would soon find trouble with Han Yunqi. Princess Changping should have received her letter by now and would return to the capital in a few days. When that time came, Han Yunqi would definitely be too busy to find the traitor. That afternoon, Han Ruoshua returned to the Han family and went straight to Madame Li. Mother, Han Yunqi has the heart to fight for the family property. I think we should go find Madame Su to discuss this. No matter what, we have to get the storehouse key back first. Han Ruoshua was still anxious. This matter concerned her position as head of house. However, Madame Li was only a little surprised and wasn't as flustered as Han Ruoshua. So it can be said that she saved the crown prince. Haha, no wonder she was so arrogant. Even official Ouyang had to yield. Madame Su probably knows the inside story. With these words, Han Ruoshua was enlightened. If Madame Su wasn't afraid, how could she have let Han Yunqi get beaten up for nothing that day? But even if she has a backing, so what? How can a married daughter take the house key? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Han Ruoshua said seriously. Madame Li looked her daughter up and down, her eyes full of disdain. Seeing this, Han Ruoshua wanted to explain herself, but Madame Su reprimanded her. With your personality, how are you going to do big things in the future? How many times have I told you, calm down, calm down? When have you ever listened to me? Han Ruoshua finally calmed down and resentfully lowered her head. She remembered her mother's previous scolding. Madame Su definitely wouldn't let this matter go, so they didn't need to show their faces in public. Madame Li allowed Han Ruoshua to stand there with her head lowered. She calmly brewed a cup of tea and drank it. After a few cups of hot tea to warm her body, she said, Did you find out what I asked you to ask today? This time, the meeting with Mu Luiwe was mainly about the young general. Of course, Han Ruoshua didn't forget about this matter, but she didn't understand. Didn't her mother ask about the young general because she wanted to know how confident Han Yunqi was? Now that everyone knew that Han Yunqi saved the crown prince, then what did the young general matter? I asked, and it's pretty much the same as the rumors outside, Han Ruoshua said lightly. I said, I want you to ask for details. Madame Li said coldly, her fists clenched. If this girl in front of her wasn't her biological daughter, she probably would have been dragged out and beaten. Chapter 89. Facing her mother's sharp gaze, Han Ruoshua quivered and quickly replied. Mu Luiwe said that Han Yunqi wasn't treating the young general's illness, but detoxifying it. As soon as she said this, Madame Li's fist suddenly stiffened, but she didn't say anything. The young general was ambushed by an assassin, and the sword was poisoned. Han Yunqi happened to know how to detoxify and saved the young general. However, who knew that the young general was also poisoned by a slow-acting poison, and Han Yunqi happened to discover it and detoxify it, Han Ruoshua said. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Li's fists suddenly loosened. She was dumbfounded, her eyes were wide open, and she was completely stunned. Han Ruoshua was frightened and quickly went over to support her. Mother, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Madame Li finally regained her senses, but her expression was still a little stiff. She shook her head. No, nothing. Go and pour a cup of hot water for Mother. Han Ruoxiwe quickly went to the side to pour some water. Madame Li let out a long sigh and calmed herself down. She looked at Han Ruoxiwe's back, and her eyes were dark and gloomy. After a while, she calmly said, "How did Han Yunqi discover that there was a slow-acting poison?" Mu Luwe didn't say in detail. "So I didn't ask," Han Ruoxiwe answered. "How did the young general get poisoned?" "This slow-acting poison has to be administered slowly," Madame Li asked again. Han Ruoxiwe turned around. "Mother, I thought so too. There must be someone in the general's residence who wants to harm the young general. I didn't ask about this." Madame Li nodded and slowly drank a few mouthfuls of water. She casually asked, "Shui, did you deliver the spring tea I asked you to deliver to Miss Mu today?" Han Ruoxiwe finally remembered and lowered her head. I left in a hurry and forgot." Madame Li relaxed and asked again, "Those tea leaves aren't cheap. Where did you put them?" "I put them next to the tea table. Why don't I get someone to get them now and deliver them directly to the general's residence?" Han Ruoxiwe asked. "No need," Madame Li immediately rejected. "Forget it. Just treat it as a gift for the fated person." Han Ruoxiwe was resentful, but she didn't dare to say anything even though she had made a mistake. "I'm tired and want to sleep for a while. You can go down," Madame Li said indifferently as she lazily leaned against the high pillow. "Mother, should I take your pulse?" Han Ruoxiwe was very concerned. However, Madame Li only waved her hand and asked her to leave. Ever since she was young, her mother had always been strict and sometimes even cold. Han Ruoxiwe was already used to it. "Then have a good rest." She poured another glass of water and put it aside before leaving. As soon as Han Ruoxiwe left, Madame Li immediately sat up. Her originally silent face instantly changed. It was as gloomy as the dark clouds in the sky. Even her usually calm gaze became sharp. "Men," she said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a female guard in black walked out from behind a screen. "Immediately go to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden and get that thing back. Also, get rid of all the snake venom in the cabin." Madame Li instructed seriously. "Yes, this subordinate understands." The maid in black accepted the order and immediately left. Madame Li sat for a long time and her sharp phoenix eyes slowly narrowed. Han Yunqi, this madam has really underestimated you. You actually dared to ruin this madam's good thing. You're so capable. This madam definitely won't let you stay." Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, another 3 days had passed. There were only 15 days left until a month. After handing over all the matters to Mu Qingguo, Han Yunqi didn't stay idle. These past few days, she didn't leave the house and hid in the study of Leisurely Cloud Pavilion to research the 10,000 snake poison. She didn't have the 10 snake venoms on hand, but when she took samples before, she put Mu Qingwu's blood sample that contained the 10,000 snake poison into the detoxification system. The detoxification system would automatically copy the poison and replenish the poison library. Han Yunqi had been pondering over the method of poisoning these past few days. The method of poisoning would greatly limit the person who poisoned it. For example, some poisons could easily react with other things, weakening the toxicity or changing the color or smell. Thus, they could only be put in clear water. On the other hand, there were also some poisons that couldn't be put in clear water, or else it would be easily discovered. Han Yunqi pondered that it wouldn't be easy to put poison in the clear water that Mu Qinggu drank. Moreover, the water in kitchens, as well as the servants who served Mu Qinggu, had all been checked. There wasn't anything abnormal. Could it be that she was mistaken and the 10,000 snake poison wasn't put in clear water? According to the records in the detoxification system, the 10,000 snake poison could only be put in clear water. Moreover, once it was concocted, it had to be used within a day, or else it would change the color and smell. However, no matter how intelligent the detoxification system was, it was still something that humans had researched. In the modern era, there wasn't any 10,000 snake poison. The records in the detoxification system were compiled from ancient books. It had to be said that the detoxification system had very strong abilities in detecting poisons and concocting antidotes. No matter how strong the brain of a genius was, it couldn't replace it. However, the detoxification system was still very weak when it came to concocting poisons. Perhaps there was a way to mix the 10,000 snake poison in another solution without affecting its toxicity and without causing any changes in its color or smell. Or perhaps the poisoner had done something while concocting the poison. Without changing the toxicity of the 10,000 snake poison, they'd change some of the properties of the poison, causing the method of poisoning to change as well. Although this possibility was very low, because concocting 10,000 snake poison wasn't an easy task in the first place. It was even more difficult to upgrade and improve the 10,000 snake poison. However, after investigating for so long without finding any clues, Han Yunqi had no choice but to seriously consider this possibility. If it wasn't in clear water, then it should have been in Mu Qingwu's food. Besides the 3 meals a day, Han Yunqi quickly thought of something else. Tea. The people of Tianing country were fond of drinking tea, especially those in the capital. Every household would prepare tea leaves and drink tea from morning to night. Could it be tea? Han Yunqi muttered to herself. She was about to call little Chen Xiang over when she suddenly remembered that she'd left Chen Xiang at the Han estate to protect 7th young master. She could only personally go out of the hibiscus courtyard and find a page boy to help her gather all kinds of tea leaves. Unexpectedly, as soon as she returned to the courtyard after instructing the page boy, she saw a familiar figure in the distance, walking through the long corridor. That figure was so tall and proud with an imposing aura, yet his gait was so elegant and noble. From a distance, his figure made everything around him dim, making it impossible to ignore him even if one wanted to. In the silent afternoon corridor, such a handsome, cold man walked elegantly alone. If the silent scenery was a painting, then this elegant, handsome man was the immortal in the painting. It was him, Long Fei. Han Yunqi watched and watched until her mind unconsciously wandered. Suddenly, the immortal in the painting disappeared. No, Long Fei Yi had suddenly disappeared. Han Yunqi recovered her senses, flabbergasted. Where did he go? She subconsciously took a few steps forward and looked around, but she still didn't see him. Han Yunqi recovered her senses and only felt that she hadn't seen this guy for a long, long time. The last time they met should have been at the tea house. She saw him, but he didn't see her. She had been worried that he'd peeped at the dregs that she'd hidden in the detoxification system when treating the crown prince. However, that guy still hadn't come to ask about that matter, so he probably didn't see anything. It was only the afternoon, but this guy came back so early. Actually, Han Yunqi was very clear on which day he came back, when he came back, and which day he didn't come back. Who told her to stand at the attic window and see the lights in his sleeping quarters? Where did this guy spend the night when he didn't come back? Why did he come back so early today? Why did he come back? Strange, she muttered to herself, but at the same time, she put away her curiosity. That guy had always been elusive, so it shouldn't be strange for him to suddenly disappear. However, just as Han Yunqi was about to continue walking forward, a low and cold voice sounded from behind her. Han Yunqi, are you looking for this prince for something? Han Yunqi jumped in fright and quickly turned around to look. She saw that the person who was clearly in front of her just now was now standing behind her. His tall and lofty figure was like a mountain blocking her back, causing her to feel an enormous pressure. Han Yunqi subconsciously took a step back, distancing herself from him to ensure her own safety. Of course, she was a little baffled. Your Highness, I wasn't looking for you. Then why are you standing here and looking around? Long Fei Yi questioned. When these words came out, Han Yunqi immediately felt awkward. She'd been discovered by him? She couldn't help but raise her head to look. Who knew that the moment she raised her head, she would meet Long Fei Ye's extremely disdainful and impatient gaze. What's the matter? This guy. She gave him a little bit of attention. And he really thought that he was the center of attention? All right, even though he was indeed the center of attention. Han Yunqi refused to admit it right now. Why did he always look at her with that kind of gaze? Could it be that she was still so unbearable in his eyes despite all her efforts? Han Yunqi, who had always disdained to prove herself to others and didn't mind other people's gazes, didn't realize that she minded this man's gaze very much at this moment. She only felt that it was an insult. The angrier she was, the brighter the smile on her face became. She smiled proudly. It's nothing. I think your Highness has misunderstood. I was looking around here for someone else, not for your Highness. When these words came out, Long Fei Ye's originally cold gaze suddenly turned frosty, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. Humph! Let's see how arrogant you can be. Han Yunqi ignored the coldness in his eyes and said, If your Highness doesn't have any other matters, this concubine will be leaving first. As she spoke, she raised her chin and elegantly turned to leave. Unexpectedly at this moment, Long Fei Yi spoke up. Wait, this prince still has matters to attend to. Han Yunqi abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned around, still smiling sweetly. Does your Highness still have matters to attend to? Let's talk inside. Long Fei Yi didn't even spare her a glance as he turned to leave after saying these words. Han Yunqi thought that he would go to the bedchamber, but who knew that this guy would actually head in the direction of leisurely Cloud Pavilion? Is there really a matter? Han Yunqi was suspicious and hurriedly followed after him. Long Fei Yi caught a whiff of an unpleasant smell as soon as he entered the door. Even though he had never entered a woman's room before, he knew that a woman's room should be clean. He unconsciously frowned and followed the smell inside. When he arrived at Han Yunqi's study, he saw several bowls of black, smoky liquid on the large table. The foul smell was coming from these bowls. Long Fei Yi looked around the study and saw that it was dirty, messy. As a clean freak, he hated this kind of mess. However, he didn't know why he didn't leave immediately. Han Yunqi chased after him. She didn't expect this guy to come to the study. Chapter 90. Han Yunqi knew that the study was smelly, so she smiled awkwardly. Your Highness, please go outside. The smell in here is a bit unpleasant. It smells just as bad outside, Long Fei Yi said. Then let's go to the courtyard. Han Yunqi shrugged her shoulders. She wasn't the one who'd invited him here. As a doctor, she was a bit of a clean freak as well. But when she was focused on researching unfamiliar poisons, she didn't care about that at all. Right now, the study was passable, but in a day or two, it'd probably be dirtier than a garbage dump. Of course, once she finished researching, she could clean it up neatly and tidily. You're making poisons? Long Fei Yi had no intention of leaving. I'm just playing around out of boredom. Han Yunqi replied. Actually, the bowls of 10,000 snake poison on the table were the ones she'd extracted from the detox system yesterday afternoon and placed in clear water. Within a day, it had become like this. What kind of poison is this? Long Fei Yi asked again. 10,000 snake poison. Last time, I collected some of the poison from the Major General's blood. When I had nothing to do, I studied it a bit, Han Yunqi replied. She wasn't telling the truth, but she wasn't lying either. But as Long Fei Yi saw it, she was lying. It looked like this woman was busy with Mu Qingwu's matters. But why was she hiding it from him? Chu Shifeng said that she'd found Gu Beiwe twice, but Gu Beiwe couldn't leave the palace. Long Fei Yi didn't expose her on the spot, but unexpectedly found a place to sit down. Then what did you figure out? Han Yunqi looked over and saw that he was still as noble and clean as ever despite being surrounded by filthy, smelly medicinal dregs. He was like a god who descended from the heavens, with not a speck of dust on his body. What did he mean by this? Was he planning to keep talking? Still haven't figured out anything? Han Yunqi replied indifferently. She didn't give Long Fei Yi a chance to continue asking. Instead, she asked, Your Highness, you said that you still have something to do. What is it? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi had just sat down when he stood up again. His tone was so cold that there was no trace of warmth. It's fine. As he spoke, he walked past her and left the leisurely cloud pavilion without looking back. That's it. Han Yunqi was really puzzled. When she reached the door, she saw that Long Fei Yi had already gone far away. What did this guy come here for? It's always so baffling. Long Fei Yi seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact his figure was constantly moving. In just a moment, he had arrived at the entrance of the bedroom. Chu Shifeng, who was waiting by the door, was astonished. Your Highness, didn't you come back long ago? One had to know that he had very important information to report. With his master's temperament, how could he possibly be late? Moreover, judging from his complexion, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word, but pushed open the door and entered the rooms. Chu Shifeng followed behind him, so he didn't notice his furrowed brows. Damn it, I was in a rush to see Chu Shifeng, but I slowed my steps when I saw her in the courtyard. I even went so far as to go to her room. He hated this kind of thoughtless behavior. He hated the feeling of being out of absolute control. Seeing his master stop, Chu Shifeng followed him and murmured, Your Highness, there's news. Long Fei Yi finally recovered from his thoughts. He tilted his head, the lines of his face cold and mysterious. Which family? Long Fei Yi's efficiency went without saying. When he'd gotten Han Yunqi's prescription from Mu Qingguo, he'd immediately contacted his acquaintances in the medical community to conduct a secret investigation. Your Highness, those 3 snake poisons are truly rare. Only 3 families have all 3, but there are more than 10 families that have 1 or 2 of the poisons hidden in their homes. Chu Shifeng answered honestly. He felt that something was off about his master today, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Long Fei Yi waited until Chu Shifeng didn't continue. He immediately turned to look at him, his cool face covered in a layer of frost. What else? Chu Shifeng couldn't help but shiver as he said timidly, Of the 3 families with snake poisons, one is Northernly Country's Li Clan, another is Western Zhou's Imperial Pharmacy, and the third is Pill Fiend Valley. As for the remaining 10 or so families, we haven't had time to investigate them all. This subordinate has already ordered people to focus on Northernly Country's Li family. I believe we'll have more detailed information very soon. Learning from his predecessor's mistakes, Chu Shifeng immediately added, Your Highness, 2 of the spies locked up in the secret prison have already starved to death. Only 2 are left alive. As this subordinate sees it, it won't be easy to get them to talk. Long Fei Yi nodded. Make arrangements. Your lordship will interrogate them personally. Upstairs in the leisurely cloud pavilion, Han Yunqi was leaning lazily against the window as she stared at the mysterious palace nearby with furrowed brows. The page boy hadn't delivered the tea leaves yet, and little Qin Xiang wasn't home. She had nothing better to do, so she wandered upstairs to lean against the window and stare blankly. Soon enough, she saw Chu Shifeng emerge from his quarters. His footsteps hurried away as if he had urgent business. Just what was Long Fei Yi busy with all day? He held a high position in Tianing country. A sneeze from him could shake the entire Tianing court. But he rarely went to court to discuss matters, much less entered the palace. Could it be that the matter of the Northernly spies hasn't ended yet? Han Yunqi was lost in thought when a guard arrived with the tea leaves. In the hibiscus courtyard, all the servants were Long Fei Yi's personal guards. There wasn't a single servant girl. Long Fei Yi had only given her little Qin Xiang, but since the girl wasn't here, she had to share Long Fei Yi's bodyguards. To reply Wang Fei, the page boy from the kitchens, delivered these, the guard carried a large pile of tea leaves as he respectfully waited by the courtyard door. He didn't dare to enter. "Help me bring them to the study," Han Yunqi shouted from upstairs. But the guard only replied, "To reply, esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin has decreed that no one is allowed to take half a step into the leisurely cloud pavilion." Han Yunqi gave a start, thinking she'd heard wrong. What? To reply, esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin has decreed that no one is allowed to take half a step into the leisurely cloud pavilion. Only then did Han Yunqi understand. She angrily blurted out, "Why?" The guard had no idea that Chu Shifeng had issued the order not too long ago. Actually, it wasn't just Chu Shifeng who'd seen His Highness sitting on the roof of his sleeping quarters that day. Nobody knew what had happened to him. This subordinate doesn't know. "I'll have to trouble esteemed Wang Fei to come get the tea leaves yourself," the guard said as he placed the items by the door and turned to leave. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes. "Long Fei Yi, you miser." Without a choice, she could only go downstairs to get the tea leaves herself. The tea leaves weren't heavy, but there were many different types. Adding them all together, it took her 3 trips to get everything. The page boy from the kitchens was very reliable. He'd gathered all the types of tea leaves that could be drunk and sorted them out very clearly. Black, green, white, and dark teas were the 4 main types of tea. Each type was further divided into different varieties based on where they'd come from. In total, there were over 50 jars of tea leaves. Different types of tea had differences in soil, water quality, climate, degree of roasting, preservation methods, and other conditions. The tea leaves all had different components and tasted completely different as well. Of course, only a very experienced tea fanatic could taste these differences. Han Yunqi loved tea too, but she wasn't a top-notch expert. Of course, she couldn't taste them all, but she had the detox system. The detox system's pharmaceutical system could analyze the various components of Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine was known as herbal medicine in ancient times and consisted of plant medicines, animal medicines, and mineral medicines. Naturally, tea leaves counted as a type of plant medicine as well. Han Yunqi took a leaf from each of the 50 different types of tea leaves and steeped another 50 cups of tea. After putting them all into the detox system, she went to sleep. Sleeping was when one's consciousness was at its most relaxed and undisturbed. It was also when the detox system was at its most efficient. Perhaps it was too much work, but Han Yunqi didn't wake up until the morning of the next day. What were the results? Han Yunqi was very disappointed. She didn't think that whether it was the tea leaves or the tea water, the various components couldn't match the 10,000 snake poison. In other words, it was impossible to mix the 10,000 snake poison into the tea leaves or tea water. Once mixed in, either the toxicity would immediately appear and the tea would go bad, or the toxicity would be affected. After long-term consumption, it wouldn't be detected as 10,000 snake poison anymore. Han Yunqi sat among the pile of tea leaves in the study. Her beautiful brows were tightly knitted. Could it be that she was wrong again and the poison wasn't put in through the tea leaves? If it wasn't water or tea leaves, then what else could it be? She had asked Mu Qinggu before. Mu Qinggu usually didn't have any snacks other than the 3 normal meals. Clear water and tea were the only 2 kinds of drinks. Of course, when she went to the general's estate that day, the first thing she checked was Mu Qingwu's things. She had checked the tea leaves in both the estate and the military, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. After sleeping for a long time, her head was heavy. Looking at the messy pile of things on the desk, Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel vexed. In the end, where did she go wrong? Which detail did she miss? Including today, there were still 14 days until a month. In these few days, there was no news from Mu Qingwu's side. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi's brows furrowed even tighter. The corners of her eyes sank as she stared at the desk for a long time. Her entire person became very, very solemn. Her face was written that strangers should stay away. Yes, her mood was bad. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stood up and turned to leave. She decided to go out to get some fresh air and visit Han Yuni and the Han family in the Han family's Cloud Water Pavilion. Little Qinxiang and seventh concubine were doing handiwork in the courtyard. Regardless of whether Han Kongan was present or not, Su Ne was in charge of the household accounts. The monthly allowance given to each branch was limited. Seventh concubine's side was even more docked. Seventh concubine had no choice but to secretly do some handiwork to supplement her expenses. Although seventh concubine was favored by Han Kongan, she always swallowed her anger and gave in whenever she could. In fact, Han Kongan had always known that Su Ne was unfair. Helpless, he was afraid of Su Ne's maternal family's power and could only wrong seventh concubine. Perhaps it was because seventh concubine didn't fight that Han Kongan was willing to come to her place. Seventh concubine, just you wait. When Her Highness Wang Fei makes our little young master the official wife, you'll be in charge of this family. Every dog has its day. I'll definitely help you think of a way to properly deal with Madame Su. Little Qinxiang spoke very seriously, but seventh concubine's face was full of fear. Shu, Qinxiang, what are you saying? Lower your voice. Little Qinxiang looked at the sky helplessly. She was on the verge of collapse. These days, she had persuaded seventh concubine many times and gave her plenty of confidence. But who knew that seventh concubine was still like this? She was so cautious that she was afraid of offending Su Ne and getting into trouble. Little Qinxiang put down her handiwork and took a deep breath. She stood up and said seriously, Seventh concubine, the storehouse key is in my master's hands. What are you afraid of? That day, you saw my master deal with eldest young master with your own eyes, didn't you? Chapter 91. Qinxiang. Seventh madam panicked and pulled her to sit down. Qinxiang, you don't understand. It's better to avoid trouble. Ear is still young. I don't want anything. I just want him to grow up safely. If it wasn't for my master stopping him that day, would the young master still have a way out? How many times could his little body take a beating? Qinxiang was furious. At this time, little Er was lying on the windowsill, secretly watching his mother. His clothes were very old, washed white, and his trousers and sleeves were short. Although it wasn't as bright and well-fitting as other children's, it was especially clean and tidy, with an indescribable temperament. Hearing his mother's words, little Er's tender little face gradually revealed a disappointed expression. He gritted his teeth and wanted to speak several times, but unfortunately, every time the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. His mother's forbearance made him able to endure. He was the most sensible child, but ever since he became sensible, he had always been sullen. The more little Qinxiang spoke, the angrier she became. Seventh madam could only keep persuading her, and finally changed the topic. Little Qinxiang didn't notice, and continued to talk about other things. Little Er lowered his eyes in disappointment, pouted his little mouth, and slowly slid down from the windowsill. However, at this time, a familiar voice sounded. Little Qinxiang, see what delicious food I brought for you. This voice, little Er's little head suddenly popped out from the windowsill, only to see that it was his big sister, Han Yunqi, who had saved him that day. She walked in with 2 big bags. It was her. Little I would never forget that bright and beautiful face, the pair of resolute eyes, and even more so that voice that he had only heard once. That day he was so cold that he almost lost consciousness. With his back to everyone, he didn't know what happened behind him. He only heard her lecturing Han Yuchi. It wasn't loud at all, but it was domineering and powerful. When he was about to faint, she said, don't be afraid. Big sister will definitely protect you. Even his father, whom he respected the most, and his mother, whom he loved the most, had never said such words to him. Sis, seeing Han Yunqi walk in, little called out in a low voice. He was a little timid and cautious. He had many older sisters, but this was the first time he had called out this word. Han Yunqi was in a bad mood, so shopping was her first priority. She brought in 2 big bags of things. One was warm snacks, and the other was medicinal herbs for 7th concubine and Ear to nourish their bodies. Master, you've finally come. Little Chin Xiang was very excited and immediately rushed over. If her master did not come, she would think that she had been abandoned. 7th concubine hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings to esteemed Wang Fei, esteemed Wang Fei. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Yunqi waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. Where's Ear? Hurry up and call him out. I've brought you delicious food. Little Ear was so excited when he heard this and was about to rush out, but he stopped before his mother said anything. Esteemed Wang Fei, you've taken such good care of and even let you spend money. 7th concubine felt very guilty. Han Yunqi was already in a bad mood and came out to get some fresh air. When she heard 7th concubine's polite words, she immediately became impatient. 7th concubine, if you're going to be so polite, you can wait outside. We'll eat with Ear first. When she said this, 7th concubine was stunned. Little Ear, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who's laughing? Han Yunqi looked in the direction of the sound. Little Ear immediately hid. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi's sharp eyes still saw his little head that he didn't remember to hide. This boy was so brave that day. Was he shy today? And he was even playing hide-and-seek with her? Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes and warned little Chin Xiang and 7th concubine not to make a sound. She quietly walked to the windowsill and stuck her head out to take a look. Unexpectedly, she didn't see anyone. Han Yunqi was delighted. She looked inside the room and saw little Ear hiding behind the screen. He stuck his little head out to look at her from afar. His expression was adorably silly and timid, as if he wanted to come closer but didn't dare. Han Yunqi grinned and walked around the front door, pretending to run over. Little Ear was shocked and turned to run to the back door. This time, Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Little fool! She laughed and ran to the back to block him. Who knew that little Ear would be so fast? Just as Han Yunqi was about to reach the back door, he rushed out. 7th concubine was about to call out to stop when little Chin Xiang immediately covered her mouth. It was rare for esteemed Wang Fei to be so playful, so how could she stop her? Han Yunqi grabbed nothing but air. She narrowed her eyes and laughed mischievously. Ear, let's see who runs faster. Seeing her laugh, little Ear pursed his lips. His eyes were adorable, and he ran further away, increasing the distance between them. Han Yunqi immediately chased after him. This time she was even faster. Little Ear was frightened and turned to rush out of the courtyard. Who knew that he would bump into Madame Su, who was just about to enter? Ah! Madame Su screamed and stumbled back 2 steps, almost falling. Fortunately, the maidservant beside her caught her in time. Little Ear stopped abruptly. When he looked up and saw Madame Su's pale face, he immediately retreated. Before Madame Su could recover from her shock, the maidservant beside her started scolding. You little bastard, what did your mother teach you? Don't you have eyes? If you hurt Madame Su, can you afford to pay for it? Stop right there. There was a stone screen at the entrance of the courtyard, so Madame Su couldn't see the people inside. However, the people inside could clearly hear the maidservant scolding. 7th concubine hurried out, but little Chin Xiang stopped her and whispered, Esteemed Wang Fei is here. What are you afraid of? Little Chin Xiang had been here for so long, waiting for Madame Su to come and settle the score. She didn't expect that Madame Su would choose to come when esteemed Wang Fei was here. At this moment, Han Yunqi was standing behind the screen, not far from Little Ear. Little Ear didn't refute. He glared angrily at the maidservant and retreated step by step. Madame Su composed herself. When she saw Little Ear's angry eyes, she immediately became angry. Han Yunqi, don't you understand that I told you to stop? What's with that look? Do you think you're in the right after bumping into me? Is this how your mother taught you to treat your elders? You uncultured thing. Madame Su had been with her son these days. Han Yuchi's but was bleeding, so he could only lie down and not lie down. His temper was very irritable. Madame Su accompanied him for a long time before he was willing to apply medicine and his mood stabilized. Once she was free, the first thing Madame Su did was to visit seventh concubine. She knew that Han Yunqi had left her personal maidservant here. But so what if she was a personal maidservant? Not to mention a personal maidservant. Even Han Yunqi couldn't meddle in the Han family's affairs. Last time, because of her son's rebuttal and offense, Han Yunqi had something on her. So Madame Su had no choice but to restrain her arrogance and give in. But now, Han Yunqi didn't have anything on them. She wanted to see what right Han Yunqi, a married daughter, had to meddle in her mother's affairs. Today, she specially came to find trouble with seventh concubine. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to find any flaws in the seventh branch, but Han Yuni came knocking on her door. As Madame Su spoke, she gave the maidservant a look, and the maidservant went forward to grab him. Unexpectedly at this moment, Han Yunqi pulled Han Yuni aside and popped out from behind the screen. At this moment, it wasn't clear whether it was Han Yunqi who bumped into the maidservant or the maidservant who bumped into Han Yunqi. In any case, Han Yunqi retreated a few steps and accidentally lost her balance, falling down. "Aya!" she shouted. "Which uncultured thing dares to bump into this princess consort?" Madame Su didn't expect Han Yunqi to be here as well. For a moment, she couldn't recover her senses and was dumbstruck. The maidservant's movements were still stiff. She also didn't know what had just happened. When she saw Han Yunqi sitting on the ground, her face turned pale, and she was so frightened that she almost collapsed. This servant didn't do it on purpose. Whose maidservant is this? So rude and impetuous. I think he did it on purpose. Han Yunqi angrily rebuked and deliberately ignored Madame Su's existence. Hearing her shout, the maidservant's legs gave way and she fell to her knees. She was so frightened that she couldn't even speak clearly. This servant didn't. Madame Su watched from the side. Han Yunqi didn't look at her, but she didn't want to see Han Yunqi even more. What was this little slut doing here again? A married daughter only ran back to her maternal home after being divorced. She really was shameless. Of course, all of this anger was hidden in Madame Su's heart. After all, she was the daughter of a respectable family and had been in charge of the household for so many years. She still understood how things were done on the surface. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't do it on purpose. Yunqi, when did you come? How come I didn't know? Madame Su said kindly as she hurried forward to help her up. But Han Yunqi suddenly stood up, her expression changing to a smile. Then I think I didn't bump into you on purpose. Did he, second madam? Madame Su gave a start before realizing Han Yunqi's intentions. Hearing the words second madam made her eyes turn cold, her delicate features turning malevolent. That's right. How could it be on purpose? Servants don't know any better, so us masters naturally won't fuss over it. Madame Su forced a smile. It had to be said that Madame Su's words were quite formidable. If Han Yunqi continued to fuss over the matter, she'd become the servant she spoke of. Han Yunqi wasn't looking for trouble after eating her fill, but to save little ear. Hearing Madame Su's words, she dropped the matter. She glanced at Han Yuni out of the corner of her eye and smiled. Second madam, you're here to find seventh madam, aren't you? I made a special trip to check on seventh young master's injuries. Seeing that he's alive and kicking, he should be fine, right? Then I don't have to worry, Madame Su said lazily, a trace of ridicule on her lips. Fortunately, he was treated in time. Otherwise, who knows how badly he'd be injured. He might be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Han Yunqi wasn't polite at all. It was Han Yunqi who'd be bedridden for 10 days to half a month, all right? Madame Su suffered another setback. In a fit of anger, she couldn't help but remind her coldly, Yunqi, ever since I married into the Han family, even your father has called me Madam. The Han family doesn't have a second Madam, only Madam Su. Is that so? Why didn't I know about this? Esteemed Empress Dowager doesn't seem to know either. Before Han Yunqi could finish, Madam Su heard the threat in her words and immediately defended herself. Yunqi, I think you've misunderstood. I don't even have enough time to respect Big Sister. So why would I covet the position of official wife? What virtue or ability do I have? I don't dare compare myself to Big Sister. It's just a form of address. Your father doted on me back then, so he called me Madam. This Madam isn't the same Madam. After all, it's your father's idea. It's not good for us to change it, is it? Han Yunqi smiled and thought to herself, Madam Su, Madam Su. So you still know how to be afraid. It's just a form of address. This Wang Fei is used to calling you second Madam. It's very intimate. Yunqi, actually this. Before Madam Su could finish, Han Yunqi cut her off, imitating Madam Su's cold tone. Second Madam, ever since I married into the Duke of Qin's estate, even my father calls me Qin Wang Fei. There's no Yunqi here, only esteemed Wang Fei. This, Chapter 92. Han Yunqi, that damned girl, actually used her own words to return the favor. Madam Su was so angry that her chest felt stifled. The taste of blood immediately rose to her throat. If she hadn't held it in, she probably would have spat out a mouthful of blood. But this shameless slut, did she really think she could use the Empress Dowager's name to strut around just because she saved the Crown Prince? She was too naive. Madam Su's hands clenched into fists within her sleeves. Her long eyebrows reached her temples, and her eyes were fierce and fierce. She'd originally planned to wait until her son's injuries were better before asking Han Yunqi for the storehouse key as the eldest son. But now she couldn't care less. There was no time like the present. She wanted the storehouse key now, and kill Han Yunqi's arrogant limelight. Esteemed Wang Fei is right. This commoner was lacking in manners. Madam Su smiled insincerely and bowed slightly. It's fine. It'll be fine as long as you change. Han Yunqi was very confident and didn't feel guilty at all. If seventh young master doesn't have anything else, then I won't go in. Esteemed Wang Fei, you came just in time. I was just thinking of a day to pay you a visit. Why don't you come to this commoner's place for a cup of tea? Madam Su added. At these words, Han Yunqi knew what was going on. Madam Su wanted the storehouse key. Little Chen Xiang had been full of confidence in persuading seventh Madam these past few days. How would she know seventh Madam's worries? But Han Yunqi understood. She was a married daughter. Even if her status was noble, according to the customs of the world, she'd be gossiped about if she frequently returned to her maternal home, let alone meddling in her family's affairs. After all, Tianing country's customs could be considered civilized. In many places, once a daughter married out, she could only return to her maternal home after being divorced. Thus, if Madam Su allied with a few other concubines to ask for the storehouse key in her hands, she really would have to give it to them. However, since Han Yunqi dared to come, she must have a countermeasure. She wasn't afraid. Is there something you can't talk about here? Han Yunqi feigned ignorance as she asked curiously. This matter can be big or small. Now that I'm the one in charge of the Han family, it's more appropriate to talk about it in my room. As Madam Su spoke, she was about to leave when she turned around and glanced disdainfully at Han Yunqi. She shouted towards the courtyard, Seventh Madam, why don't you come along? Seventh concubine's heart skipped a beat. She knew that something bad was about to happen, but she had no choice but to follow along. Before she left, she instructed you and Sister Qinxiang stay in the courtyard. Don't run around, understand? Han Yunqi nodded obediently as he stole glances at Han Yunqi's retreating form. His dark eyes were filled with reluctance, as if he'd never see this big sister of his ever again. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi had only taken a few steps when she suddenly turned around and said, "Little Ear, come here. Come with me." A child was a child. Han Yuni immediately broke into a grin, unable to hide his emotions. Just as he was about to run over, seventh concubine said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's better for a child to— It's not a big deal, it's fine to let him come. I like him." Han Yunchi smiled and waved at Ear. A trace of worry flashed across seventh concubine's eyes. She wanted to say something, but stopped. She originally wanted to wait for esteemed Wang Fei to come and talk to her about the storehouse key. Who knew that she would bump into Madame Su the moment she arrived? Seeing that his mother didn't stop him, Er was extremely excited and immediately ran over. However, this boy was still shy. He was clearly running towards Han Yunchi, but in the end he grabbed his mother's hand. Han Yunchi was amused and picked up Er. "Why are you so afraid of me? I saved you, I won't eat you." Er's little face reddened and he didn't speak. At the side, Madame Su glanced at him and her lips curled into a mocking smile. No matter how much Han Yunchi dotes on this boy, he won't have a share of the storehouse key. Han Yunchi, just smile. I'm looking forward to your reaction later. Go, invite third concubine over as well. Tell her that there's something important and she'll definitely come. Madame Su instructed in a low voice. On the way, Han Yunchi kept teasing Er. Although Er was shy, he had a stubborn temper. No matter how Han Yunchi teased him, he didn't speak. Perhaps it was fate. Han Yunchi was exceptionally patient and didn't get angry. Hey, boy, do you know who I am? If you don't answer me, I'll punish you," Han Yunchi warned. Unfortunately, Han Yuni just looked at her and blinked his big, adorable eyes without answering. Han Yunchi thought for a moment and asked, "Boy, big sister plans to be your guardian and protect you. When you grow up, how do you plan to thank me?" Unexpectedly this time, actually pursed his lips and timidly said, "When I grow up, I'll protect you." Han Yunchi didn't expect this and laughed happily. "You finally open your mouth. Okay, big sister will remember. Here, pinky swear." As she spoke, she stretched out her pinky. Er blushed and smiled, stretching out his pinky as well. Holding Er's pinky, Han Yunchi's heart was actually a little heavy. "Little you have to grow up smoothly, other than Madame Tianxin's orchid residence." Madame Su's fallen, secluded residence was the largest and had the best location in the residence. Originally, this courtyard was worthy of its name, quiet and livable. Unfortunately, after eldest young Master Han Yunchi's renovations, it completely lost its original elegance and became luxurious and high-profile. Those who didn't know would think that they came to the wrong place. Along the way, Madame Su was looking forward to Han Yunchi's reaction when she asked for the storehouse key. She had thought of all sorts of reasons. This time, if Han Yunchi didn't hand over the storehouse key, it wouldn't be so easy for her to leave the Han residence. But who knew that when the group of people arrived at Fallen's secluded residence, they saw second young Miss Han Ruoshue running out in a sorry state. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like she was running away. What was going on? Han Ruoshue turned around and saw Han Yunchi and the others. She was first stunned, then choked with sobs. "Madame Su, eldest young master, is too much of a bully." "What happened?" Madame Su asked with a frown. Unexpectedly, before Han Ruoshue could complain, she heard commotion from inside the door. Then she saw a group of servants swarming out of the door like a swarm of bees. Many people were even pushed to the ground and rolled a few times. Madam, eldest young master is angry again. Not only did he chase everyone out, he also smashed a lot of things and almost hurt second young miss. Madam, eldest young master also smashed all of the medicine. Even the ointment you applied this morning was all gone. I couldn't persuade him no matter what. Hearing the servant's report, Madame Su's face instantly darkened. Wasn't he fine when she left? How could this unfilial son change his face so quickly? Wasn't it shameful to make such a scene in front of Han Yunshi and seventh Madam? The servant still wanted to speak, but Madam Su coldly cut him off. Enough, you useless things. None of you can serve a good person. No wonder eldest young master chased you out. Get the hell out of here. The servants didn't dare to speak. They all admitted that they were unlucky and retreated. Madam Su, you invited me and my mother here. What does eldest young master mean by this? Isn't he going too far? Han Ruoshua said angrily. Third Madam Li's background wasn't as good as Madam Su's, but she was still from a large family. Her maternal family in Tianshui City in the north of Tianning was considered a decent family. Although Madam Li was the daughter of a concubine, her dowry when she married into the family was not small. Moreover, she had always been generous and magnanimous, so she didn't have much direct conflict with Madam Su. Madam Su and Madam Li minded their own business and tolerated each other's children. Ruoshua, where's your mother? Is she still inside? Madam Su pretended to be concerned. My mother told me to come over first. She'll be right behind me. Fortunately, she didn't come with me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that eldest young master would even dare to hurt my mother. Han Ruoshua usually disliked Han Yuchi the most, so she had to seize this chance to complain. Aya, it's his fault. Just take into account that his injuries are so serious and don't bicker with him, Madam Su comforted. Madam Su, don't worry. I'm not that petty, Han Ruoshua said. As Han Ruoshua spoke, she pretended to look up carelessly and saw Han Yunshi and the rest. Yunshi, isn't this big sis Yunshi? Han Ruoshua cried out in pleasant surprise. She pretended to grumble as she glared at seventh Madam and stomped her foot. Her acting was very real. Seventh Madam, when did big sis Yunshi come? You didn't even tell me. Han Yunshi put on a false smile as she thought to herself, what a smooth and slick second young Mississippi. She's on good terms with all the other branches, so why didn't she get along with me back then? After being an older sister for so many years, this was the first time she'd heard her call her Big Sis Yunshi. When she, the eldest daughter of the first wife, lost power, Han Ruoshua, as the second young miss, was the boss of the sisters. She'd secretly instigated the other younger sisters to make things difficult for her. Don't think I don't know just because you're hiding behind the scenes. Han Ruoshua carefully examined Han Yunshi's face, excitement written all over her face. Big sis Yunshi, your face is really healed. It's so beautiful, so I... But before she could finish, Han Yunshi cut her off cold. Second young miss, this Wang Fei isn't familiar with you, is she? Han Ruoshua's expression immediately turned stiff, but she quickly recovered. Big sis Yunshi just loves to joke. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi wasn't planning to give her any face. Cold again, she said. This Wang Fei isn't joking. At these words, the atmosphere turned chilly. Han Ruoshua's eyes flashed with hatred as she thought to herself, Han Yunshi, this shameless thing. She caused father to go to prison, stole the storehouse key, and now she dares to come strutting around at the Han estate. Does she think no one knows about her scandalous deeds? She'd endure it. She'd wait and see how Lady Su would take back the storehouse key and deal with her. Lady Su must have called everyone here for the sake of the storehouse key. Thinking up to here, Han Ruoshua suppressed her anger and smiled faintly. She purposely gave Han Yunshi a grand bow. This commoner girl Han Ruoshua greets esteemed Wang Fei. Long live esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunshi was too lazy to spare her a glance. Cold, she said. Dispense with the formalities. At this moment, an angry roar came from the courtyard. Where's that shameless slut? Does she still dare to come? This young master sees her as a thief. She stole my family's things and still dares to come strutting around. This young master would like to see how long that slut can keep up her arrogance. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and return the thing. Otherwise, this young master will definitely make her regret it. These curses didn't mention any names, but they all hinted at Han Yunqi. It was obvious that the young master inside knew Han Yunqi had come and was cursing Han Yunqi for taking the storehouse key. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes. Of course, she wouldn't be so stupid as to argue with Han Yunqi in such a provocation. She'd confess without being pressed and treat herself as a thief. If Han Yunqi wanted the storehouse key, he could forget about it in his next life.